Okay, welcome everybody. Welcome to Nostrica 2023. Let's go. Yeah. Love it. So, like all good things, this unconference started as an idea, just a post on Nostr, I think 2 months ago today, as a matter of fact. And it's since become like this mimetic, like passion project for so many people in this room. You know, so many companies, families working together, volunteering our time to build this in order to promote Nostr adoption in an open source and like human first way. So I'm very thankful to all of you. And I want to thank you for volunteering to help and making the trip to beautiful Uvita. Thanks to the hard work of Lee here, who you should all take time to shake this man's hand.
Let's go, Lee.
Thanks to Lee and everyone, his beautiful family, and everyone at Bitcoin Jungle. Like, most of this community accepts Bitcoin. So go out, explore, talk to vendors, go to the markets. They will take Bitcoin for goods and services here. So this is a great groundwork for growing Nostr as another open source protocol on top of that. So please explore, you know, patronize the restaurants, get to know this community, and let's leave their home better than we found it. We're here to celebrate and strengthen the Nostr network together among friends, educate one another, and also push the limits of the protocol together. So I encourage all of you to ask your burning questions, you know, at the end of talks, join in on the Q&As, participate in the Nostr Socratic discussions, and yeah, you know, let's learn and grow together. The last note, we're gonna kick off the workshop stage 1 hour later than stated on the agenda. I apologize for the delay. So please feel free to enjoy our opening talk here. This is a Nostr 101 session with Ben Ark, Rockstar, and we've got a special guest, Fiat Jaff, will talk about the history of Nostr, give us a state of the protocol, kind of state of the union today, and then together I think we'll work on forward thinking, you know, what will the future might hold. So, pura vida, guys. Enjoy.
Woo! Well, welcome, Nostrichas. I'm still a little bit dazed that this is happening, I must say. Like, are you all a little bit dazed? How are you feeling? It is surreal, right, that we're coming together. What? Really? Let's go. Pura vida. So, as soon as I saw this is actually happening, I knew I had to organize this session because, like, if you go online, you can read all kinds of nonsense, like Nostr Web 5 startup by Jack Dorsey, you know. And I really wanted to set like the record straight, which is actually like not too hard, because one of the great things about Nostr history is all you need to do is join Nostr Telegram channel. It's Nostr_protocol, right, Ben?
Yeah, Nostr_protocol.
T.me/Nostr_protocol. And you just like read the history, but you know, that's kind of boring, right? It's much easier that you sit here for like 30, 40 minutes and just hear the best tidbits of that history. And that's what we will be doing. Like the main point of this talk is just to like give that genesis story of Nostr. And I am blessed and honored to like, yeah, call two of the guys that started the whole talk like friends. So first of all, the man that introduced me to Nostr, now I'm introducing him, Ben Ark. Please, round of applause for Ben Ark.
I feel like somewhat of a fraud because I haven't really done that much. I'm trying to catch up. I haven't done that much with Nostr for a few years. I worked early on. We made the Twitter client and then got involved with Nostr, but then I didn't really do anything with it for maybe about 18 months, 2 years. And now suddenly it's exploded. And like so many others as well, I'm joining in the fun and building on Nostr again. I'm like the Roger Ver of Nostr, because I've got Nostr.com.
Yeah, we will get to that. This actually is Roger Ver of Nostr.
Yeah, I was the first investor in Nostr as well.
Yeah. But besides that, I mean, we need to introduce, yeah, the one and only, like, creator of Nostr, Fiat Jeff. Round of applause, please. You can hear that, Jeffy?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep. We can hear you loud and well. Are we doing Noster one-on-one, or you'll just be like commenting StarCraft game like next 40 minutes? What's the plan?
I think you can just watch in silence because that's more better for contemplation of the game. No, yeah, I'm just here to. I don't know what to say, so I just wait until you say something, and I'll be here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to try to like open up both you and Ben, but we can actually start really easy because Ben,
Yeah.
what was the first conversation that you remember with Fiat Jeff on Noster?
It's when he invited me to the Nostar group and he said, I got this thing, take a look at it. And then, like, I'm very lucky actually because Fiat Jeff, in a lot of lot of the projects which I've worked on, he's seen value in and he's helped out and he's been like a mentor almost, you know. Don't embarrass the dude, but he's been very good to me. So with Ellen Bits, which is a project we both worked on, when he then made Nostar, so one of the extensions in Ellen Bits, I made this thing called Diagon Alley, which was like a marketplace extension where it's kind of like client side, the merchant's client side, and the customer's a client side too. And then I think Fiat Jeff was like the only person who saw value in it as a system. He added the idea of using public key crypto for it. And then we made a small protocol. And when I saw Nostar, I could see some influence of the Diagon Alley stuff. And so instantly that kind of gave me an emotional attachment to Nostar, and I wanted it to do well and succeed. And that's why I made the first like Twitter client a couple of years ago. And again, like it wouldn't have been possible without Fiat Jeff and all his help. So yeah, that's like my first introduction to Nostar was him inviting me to the Telegram group, and I think there was maybe like 10 of us or something who were invited into the group.
Yeah, I mean, Jeffy, how do you remember that? Like, how did you start with Noster, and then why Ben? I mean, there are so many better options. Like, you could have called me.
No, I don't think I Ben had a. I don't think he was the first person I talk about it about Nostr. I certainly wrote something. This idea, I've had this idea, like a mix of ideas in my mind, and definitely influenced by the Diagon Alley thing, and also by other things. But when I had something concrete, I wrote an explanation of how it should work, and then I shared with a bunch of people. And like I was afraid I was just making something very dumb because it was so obvious and no one had tried it before. Uh, I was afraid I was just dumb. But people were receptive, so I made this group and then I invited some of the people. Yeah.
Yeah, you were like
Uh,
that programmer's fear of I'm gonna publish this and everyone will think I'm done, right? That was it.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean,
And at the time as
And
well,
now,
it was like we tried to avoid it being Bitcoin centric, even though it was being made by Bitcoiners mostly. And most of the people in the Telegram group were also Bitcoiners because we didn't want to scare off like non-Bitcoiners. And I think a couple of people even got like chucked out of the chat for talking Bitcoin. I think you almost got chucked out of the chat, didn't you, when you joined? I think you were speaking too much Bitcoin.
yeah,
maybe.
yeah, we will get to that one. But Jeffy, I see you're still trying like to expand. It's like not just Bitcoiners, but people outside of Bitcoin. But where does Telegram channel come in? Like you created Telegram channel first before publishing, or it's like you published
I don't remember. No, I wrote something on GitHub and then I created the Telegram channel. I think it was maybe
November
around
7th.
around the same time, yeah,
Around the same time.
around the same time.
I mean,
Yeah.
I've actually,
And the first people who actually got interested were this guy JD, some numbers, and then was like enthusiastic about it at first glance. And
yeah, because
yeah, I don't remember anymore.
there were these early people that now are not that active. I mean, I remember Richard, yeah, JB or JD, and then I think it really took off for me is when you all did that. You know, normal people they like come together and celebrate New Year, but what you guys did is like you came together and recorded Noster protocol, like Lightning Hackathon, right?
Yeah.
You
Yeah, the date
remember
was
that,
odd. I
Ben?
don't know why it was New Year's Eve, but
Yeah, that was Ben's idea. Yeah.
yeah. I think it was part of the Lightning Hack Day, the online Lightning Hack Day, because it's during the COVID time, so we're in lockdown. And I think it was during the Hack Day that we organised this session for Nostar to cover Nostar and try and talk about it and because I mean it's Telegram chats are fine, but like you say, it's nice to have a video which you can reference and. It was actually a terrible video, but JD kind of pulled it through and he gave this really nice explanation as to what Nostar was. He's got a good voice, that dude.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think that video converted a lot of people at the time.
Oh,
It was
really?
the thing we pointed to. Yeah, I pointed it to many people, but we don't know the effects of these things. One thing I learned, for example, the guy from Minds.com, Bill Ottman.
Yeah.
This is much further in history, but he went to that one of these shows. I forgot the name. Right-wing shows or podcasts, etc. And then he mentioned Noster like in a brief line in the middle of a conversation about Twitter and Elon Musk and something like that. He mentioned Noster, but no one gave attention to what he said about Noster, and then they move on to other topics. And then when I heard an interview with Mike Duger from the Gossip Client on Nostrovia, he said he learned about Noster because he was watching that show and he heard that name Noster and he didn't know what that is and he searched about it. So these small things, I'm sure there's a lot of small things like that build into big things later on. So
Yeah, it's like laying the seeds, and then people hear
Yeah.
it by osmosis. Then when they hear it again, they're like, "Oh, I've heard of that thing."
and the person who laid the seeds doesn't ever know what happened to the seeds they laid.
No, that's very true. Yeah, and a video might not have many views, but one of those people who goes and watches it will. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what we are debugging in this talk, because as you can see, like I'm fiddling with my phone and I'm looking at dates when you, Ben, pulled me in, and you did pull me in exactly with that video. It's January 16, 2021.
Oh, nice.
So this is where Ben sent me the video you guys recorded for the new year for that Lightning Hackathon, and I will like share the link after this talk so others can watch it.
What were we talking about before?
So we were talking about our favorite subject, which is socialism versus capitalism. No, seriously.
We've got a funny relationship with back and forth on this quite a lot.
Because they say like capitalists and socialists can't build anything together. Like look at Noster. Like we have a socialist, we have Fiat Jeff capitalist. So it worked out perfectly.
He's not really a socialist, right?
And he's not really a capitalist either.
Okay, I think it's time you two like reconcile there. Like, why is Fiat Jeff not really a capitalist?
Well, no. So I think it's important. So one of the things which drew me to the Nostar stuff was I had this idea that private capital couldn't do a international planetary social network commons. Like for me, a commons should be something which is controlled and regulated by the people who are you're using those resources, and that doesn't feel the case when it's under a corporate control. But I think I wanted to revise that now, and I think it's more that corporations have failed so to build adequate social media on a planetary scale, just because maybe the corporation's not bad, and there's the people running it are great, but they might get led on by the government, whoever's in control at one particular point, to censor or to moderate in a certain way politically. So it needs to be something which is a commons, like Bitcoin's a commons. That's how I kind of view it. So as a kind of lefty-leaning person, and within that commons, people can certainly make like companies and stuff. But I just don't think. I think the days of something like that being under one corporate control just doesn't. I think the days are numbered, really.
Yeah, I mean, me too. But Jeffy, what's your comment on Ben not being a real socialist?
Is this topic really interesting for people that are interested in Nostr?
Super important.
We can spend.
Yeah, that's true. We don't want to get too political.
Well, I think socialism is that thing where you need a giant government oppressing people and telling people what to do, and I don't think Ben believes in that. So either he didn't understand socialism or he has a different understanding.
Well, I guess that the goal is sort of decentralized to decentralize production. So how you achieve that historically is people have tried to use governments and it's terrible.
Yeah.
But it can be done in a more anarchist way where it's bottom up. And I think that anarchy, the anarchism, is what you see in Nostar. And like all these great applications which are just popping up everywhere. There's a permissionless development and innovation. And it really is like, proper anarchism, just like a movement growing up from the bottom up. Obviously, we've also had like a big power boost by Jack Dorsey's like attention on the protocol. But actually, I think that came at the right time.
Yeah.
So like, with that, like, how did because you reached out to Jack Dorsey really early on, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, and I actually think you described really well why me and Fiat Jeffy don't see you as like run-of-the-mill socialist. Like you're too noble and enlightened with all your like product stuff. But yeah, let's get back to that, because like we are now January 2021. Fiat Jeff, you, me, Evan from Zeus, for example, was one of the earliest ads on the channel. Like I've checked. We're having fun in this Telegram channel, and there's like 80 of us in total. So you're building Twitter clones that no one uses and are full of bugs. And
Yeah, I feel bad about that.
and this is where Blue Sky ecosystem review comes out, and I read it and I see there is no Noster in it. So I DM Jack Dorsey about it, and I'm expecting like he sent me back like amazing. So I'm like, okay, nothing will happen. But what happened? Right? Anyone?
So he did say amazing to your thing,
Yeah, I mean, anyone that's DM'd with Jack Dorsey knows it's.
but he didn't read.
Yeah, it's either amazing or you get hug emoji. So, right? So just so you know, for all of us here, like if I do get him on the stage, like I'm gonna hug him for all of us. So just a heads up. Anyways, Jack actually sent someone, Arnold, and he emails Fiat Jeff. And I'm now reading from the Telegram channel. Like you can go back to January 29, 2021 and read it. So he like posts a screenshot of Arnold's email, which is something like, "Oh, hi, I read your write-up on Noster and really like the simplicity of your approach," so on and so forth. And Fiat Jeff posts that screenshot and says, "They got me. I'll have to vanish." Yeah, and Rocket tells you like, "Rip, delete GitHub." Ben, of course, joins in with, "I will give Jack Noster.com if he gives Ellen Bits $1 million investment." And what I do here is like I say, "Hey, I thought you will like that Blue Sky crew reached out," and you're like, "Didn't I like? I mean, should I have liked it?"
You're just reading from the Telegram.
Yeah, man. And then you're like, "Was it you who told him to reach out?" I was like, "Yeah, I read the ecosystem review in Oster." He's like, "You remember what you said? You're too dangerous. We are trying to do a grassroots movement here, and you talk to Jack." So, how did it follow up, Fiat Jeff? I know you went and spoke.
I was joking when I said that. Of course, I liked the idea. I wanted, well, when I read the Blue Sky's first proposal, I thought that Noster would fit perfectly with that. Like it would be, the Blue Sky thing would be Noster. But of course, I didn't expect they to notice. And when this Arnold guy talked to me, I told him that, and he didn't seem very enthusiastic about it. He just said, "Oh, I'll put you in a group, in a Blue Sky group. People are debating stuff." And then he said, "Oh, would you be willing to to be the lead of the Blue Sky stuff if that happens, if that we come to that?" And then I didn't know what to answer, but I just didn't want to take a lot of other ideas and mix them and make a protocol. I didn't think that would work. But I said this to him. I said to him that the plan should be to take a good idea and make the good idea, not take a bunch of good ideas and mix them and try to make something out of that. And when I entered the group had all all the important people that had made decentralized protocols, right? Like the Mastodon guy and the IPFS people and other people like that. And each each of these, they were just talking about their projects. They were not trying to reach a common ground, and they were just talking about their project and nothing was happening. So I just introduced myself there and talked about Nostr, a single message, and the people there when I told them what Nostr was, they said, "Oh, this is very censorship resistant. But how can we block people that are evil actors?" Like the first, some of the people there, the first thing they wanted to do was to block people. So that was very, very weird to me. And then I didn't interact anymore.
You just didn't show up. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I,
I read a bunch of things. I read a lot of messages there from the past, and then I concluded this that people were just chilling their thing and not really working to reach a common ground, which is what I expected.
yeah, pumping their own stock. Because I remember the TLDR that you gave me as a joke. Like, I've asked you after going to that meeting, like, how it was, and you were like, "Oh, it's just a bunch of communists." and, and like you didn't show up to any follow-up meeting, and yeah, so that's
No, there was no meetings there. It was just a group, a chat group.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, from there we continue. Ben keeps creating Twitter clone after Twitter clone that I open issues. Those issues don't get solved.
I'm sorry.
But I mean I am sorry as well. I was at that time. That's yeah. Now
But we all were, like at that time, we are all working on all these different
No,
projects.
there's no way to know. There's no way to know. I also didn't put a lot of effort in
There
it.
was
So
there was a
I
dip,
wasn't.
there was like the initial enthusiasm, and then there was kind of a dip for a while, wasn't there? I remember it being quite quiet for like maybe 6 months a year or something, and then development started hyping up, picking up again before Jack came in.
yeah. I mean for me it was like I was recording that Sunday coding with Uncle Rockstar, which is why you added me to channel. So I would like code episode on Oster, which is what I wanted. But I just got so busy with Strike and then BTC based server as well. So like I worked on that. You probably like LM Bits took over and
And the hardware stuff as well.
hardware stuff. So I would really like go to you, Fia Jeff, and talk a little bit about that period. Is like uh, when does I would say like the next big thing is when William comes into play, but maybe you see it different. Like this is middle of
No,
2021.
there's. Well, I remember a lot of other things before that.
Yeah,
Uh,
let's talk about that.
well, during that first year, I tried to build a lot of clients. I asked Tal Vasconcelos, who works on Island Beats, and he was like I was asking him to help me build a client because I was failing, and like I started like 3 or 4 clients and stopped working on them because I didn't like them. And then he made one, and but he didn't finish. So I tried to finish his, and it worked for a while. I did the pet name stuff. Around that time, I made the NIPS stuff. So the idea of the NIPS or of being separate, standalone sub protocols. And then I did the NIPS pet name thing, like all the time talking on the Telegram group with people. And but then Ben was doing this his Nostr Twitter clone thing with Quasar, and then he abandoned it with a lot of bugs.
Yeah, I felt bad about that. And it
But
was a constant
and then
talking
I
point.
was full of work on Zebedee and doing a bunch of a million things and didn't have any time to do anything. That's why I couldn't finish any, not even a simple bad client. I didn't have the mind. But then at the end of 2021, the Andre Neves from Zebedee gave me time to do some open source work because I told him, oh, my brain's melting here. I have a lot of things I want to do, but I can't. So he gave me time. So I started working. I took Ben's client and started working on it and changing it a lot and fixing bugs and then I released that Brainly client that to me it was really good for what I did there. And then I released it on December 2021, and that got a lot of attention, relatively, and a bunch of people started using it, and then Nostr became. I think that made Nostr reach the years of William, for example. Although
Yeah.
William had before he had talked to the Mastodon guy on Mastodon, showed Nostr to him and asked him for his opinion, and he that was a moment too. Like he said Nostr was good, the guy who made Mastodon, but like he saw some problems as always, etc.
Yeah, William is outspoken, so he kept getting banned on Mastodon instances. But just just to go a little bit back, is we skipped one thing, and that's I really hoped you two guys, like you Ben and Fia Jeff, like you're a great duo. So I thought you would like stay together, but it seems I left you and I failed you. And then when was that moment where you're like not working as much on Noster, Ben?
Well, for me,
Yeah.
I quite like to just start a project and then like
Be honest.
build like a like just like build something which kind of works, and then it was always this client which it was quite far along, but it needed that extra 30% or something, and for it to just be kind of like, I mean, it would work at that time, but it would break if there was any sort of like scaling of people actually using Nostar. And then Feature forked it and made Branel, which was great, and it was great for a while. But then that as well like has broken now because of the database stuff, which should work, but sadly it's
Yeah, don't put databases in browsers.
don't put
They're very
databases in
slow.
browsers, and don't do it in a really fancy schmancy way where you can't pull it out afterwards and replace it with just local storage. So so yeah, we worked on the Twitter client together pretty much. That came out. It was pretty cool. Like it worked. Like you do DMs and stuff, and you could post something. I think visually, just something which kind of looked like Twitter, because it really was like a clone. I think that was quite inspiring for people. And then, but then I kind of had other stuff to do, and I kind of left it. And I feel bad because you put in some issues and PRs and stuff. And then all the other clients came out, and I still want Branel to like come back to life. I want it to be resuscitated somehow. Maybe we just need to have computers be a little bit faster so we can have databases in browsers. And then it'll magically work.
Maybe that's it.
No, you can just remove the database. It's better. I think it will work better.
Yeah,
but then
that's hard.
Branley became Astro, and then it became that hamster client that was better. Like everything is derived from that initial main client. Yeah, and
But I
also
think
a
that's
lot of bad practice. I
What's
don't know
that?
if they derived from that, but they were there on the first clients, and they're still here in many of our clients. But yeah, what I was going to say.
No, that's how it was meant to be, and I didn't know that Andre from Zebedee was that instrumental. Like, big shout out to him. But you're saying, yeah, Grant started, and then now we're in end of 2021, starting 2022, and Gossip client. That's what caught the eye of William. And how did things go?
No, it's not God's client. It's Branley client.
Brand. Sorry, thank you for correcting me that. Like, how did it went from there?
Well, when after Branley launched, a bunch of people started joining the channel, and there was that Thiago Balas guy who started making the Alfama client. There was Cameri, who started doing a lot of interesting bots. Like he turned his toaster or his washing machine into Nostr users and started posting updates from the washing machine. And like every now and then you would see a post like, "Oh, the dishes are washed."
Oh my god.
This was the most fun thing that happened at those times. And then around the same time, William posted on Twitter, "Should I start working on a Nostr client?" And then I told him that would be very good if he did. And then he started working on demos, and people started really liking demos and asking him for a web version of demos. So around November 2022, he was working on a web client, a web demos version that he had like demos.io/v1, demos.io/v2, everything in pure HTML and JS, no frameworks, no libraries. It was very interesting, very old school way. And yeah, and then, I think a little before that there was also Enigma, which I thought
Yeah.
was bad, very bad, but a lot of people liked it for some reason,
I
and
mean,
it
worked. It
caught a
worked, to be
bunch of
fair.
attention
It
too.
worked, yeah.
And a lot of people didn't like it. Yeah, they're complained on Twitter, right, Ben?
Oh, what about Enigma?
Yeah.
No,
No,
that was after someone found a XSS bug.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Well, no, because when it all kicked off with Jack Dorsey, like, noticing Nostar, I was like, oh, there's nothing on nostar.com. That's ridiculous. So I thought there should be, like, a client on. I think I had Brandle and it had the database issues. So then I was like, well, it needs a client on there. So I went and looked at all the clients. And at that particular point in time, all the clients were, like, half-baked. So, but Enigma was the one which worked the best. Like, you know, you look at the code and maybe it's not the best, but it worked. Like,
So
you
it
could
was
post
very
on there.
buggy. It never worked for me. I
Did it
couldn't
not?
ever send a post there.
Oh, really? Well, it worked fine for me. So I was like, I'll put that on there. I'll put a little splash page with some pictures of different projects. And then that wasn't good enough. And then someone said there was a bug in
No,
it.
you put that on Nostr.com, and then people come to Nostr.com, go to client, and start hating
Yeah.
because of XSS.
The Nosters broke.
Yeah, he only did that to steal everybody's keys. That's what he
And then VHF made a lovely... No, actually. He stole,
there are many interesting
he stole
bits
a
of this
lovely
story.
website from nostar.how and then put it on nostar.com.
Oh, now we're talking about the latest revision of Nostr.com. But to go back to now we're like November 2022, like December. This is where we
No,
get.
let's go back more. Let's go back a little more because there was another interesting fact. Like there was a Citadel Dispatch episode about Nostr at Matt Odell asked me who he should invite, and I said William and Mr. Cooks, I think.
Yep.
And then we did that episode, and then right after the episode ended, some guys that I had never heard about messaged me from this Futo organization. It's like an organization in Texas that tries to foment decentralization in anti-corporation protocols, stuff like that. And they wanted to talk to me and see if they were aligned with the vision of Nostr because they liked Nostr very much. And then I said, "Oh, are you into Bitcoin stuff?" And they, no, I'm not. I just someone that I know just told me to watch this live stream podcast thing, and then he liked a lot. And then he said he was an investor on Minds.com, and in Minds.com and some of the other projects they invested in were interested in doing decentralized stuff. And then after that, like a week after that or something like that, the Minds.com people started reaching out to me and to William and asking about how to integrate Nostr and how it would work. And then they started working like immediately, and they integrated Nostr inside the Minds.com website. Like this small protocol made by 80 people was integrated into the relatively large website. It was very weird and unexpected. And still, I think that integration today is not perfect, but still there. And I think they will work more on it.
No, the important thing there is that meeting went much better than Blue Sky. Like it wasn't a bunch of communists. And
yeah,
I know that from there, really like that expansion into not only Minds.com, but like Hive One, Planetary Social, and other projects like that, like really ecosystem starts to bloom. And this is where we do get Jack Dorsey back now with him doing open call on Twitter as like, what should I fund when it comes to decentralized protocols? And this is where all of you in community like really contributed, because he was just spammed with responses like, look in Nostr, 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 Nostr. And then Jack joins Telegram channel, and that's where Telegram channel is no useful for me. It's like, right, but you can talk a little bit like what happened behind the scenes via Jeff.
Oh, what? I don't think there's. I know much more about that than everybody else. Like, Jack just messaged me, and asked me what would be the best way to fund Nostr, and I didn't know. I gave some confusing answers, and then he said, "Oh, what if I just send you money and you decide or something like that?" And yeah, I still haven't decided.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So,
but yeah, I didn't talk too much with him after that.
well, we'll fix that.
But then the thing was just blowing up, and Alfama, the client I was using on the web, just stopped working, and everything started crashing, and the users were too many.
No,
It was
this
very
is
interesting. Like yeah, I would open the normal feed, and everybody I was following, they were just saying hello, hello, welcome everybody, and I didn't have a global feed, but Demos had a global feed, and so people were talking in the global feed, but I wasn't seeing any global feed. I was just seeing the people I followed replying to people in the global feed.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think all of us on Oster will remember the day when, let's say, not safe for work pictures overtook global feed. Okay, like I can hear from
Yeah,
the-
I didn't see any of that.
No, me neither. And judging by the smiles in the audience, no one else did, right? Yeah, everyone is silent. No one saw that day. Um, but we're kind of nearing 40-minute mark, and I actually wanted to leave like 20 minutes, like 10, 15, 20 minutes to questions from the audience. But before we get to that, Ben, I know you have like 5 product launches.
Your microphone is broken now.
Oh, is it better now? Because this is really important. Ben, product launches.
Well, they're not really product launches, but
Yeah.
I mean, we have like four different extensions. So as soon as Jeff showed me Nostar, I was like, oh, we could now build Diagon Alley on that, and then that was just on a shelf for like years, and now we've finally done it. So the marketplace works on there, so that's pretty cool. I'll be demoing that in a bit. And then we have some other extensions like a relay extension and an always-on client extension, and we have the signer as well, the hardware signer thing.
Yeah, man, you completely like killed everything else with that when you
Oh
did
man,
the
it's
announcement.
because I was in the LM Bits because we have our LM Bits group, and in there I was like, I think I kidnapped Tal, and I was like, Tal, let's work on Diagon Alley, and we'll do it secretly, and like everyone, because no one else really cared. They're like, why are you working on this other thing? And it's when there's all that energy and enthusiasm it validates Nostar, I think, when you have someone like Jack Dorsey say this is legit, and then all these great people start building all these clients. It then gets everyone else excited, and they all start joining in, and it just validates the idea. So then after that, it wasn't a problem convincing people to work on Nostar stuff in LM Bits. So it's great.
It is. I mean, all the projects I'm involved with, like people like BTC Pay Server Strike, it's like, oh, let's build Nostr stuff.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but Thea, Jeff, closing words. Do you think is there anything we didn't cover that you want covered before we start with Q&A?
No, I can't remember anything very important now.
Oh, I did a
This
talk.
is very interesting to
In
remember these things.
Parallelly Polis, I did a talk. Do you remember that? I did a talk in HCCP on Nostar, and that went down really well with the Prague lot. They were like, it's so simple. Why hasn't anyone done this before? And I was like, oh, yeah.
Yeah,
And then we had a bunch of people coming into the Telegram group from that.
maybe that can be the final discussion point. Credit to Christopher from Trammel Venture Partners. He had a great question to me, which is like, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts, is like, will Nostriches be subset of Bitcoiners, or will Bitcoiners be subset of Nostriches? What do you think, Ben?
I think we should keep them separate, man. Yes, we have Bitcoin stuff on Nostar, but we should always be very mindful to not entwine them completely, because it makes it less useful for people who don't want to use it for Bitcoin stuff. It's great, but it's something we should be mindful of.
Yeah, but how will you then be Roger Ver of Nostr if we do that?
Well, I don't. Yeah, but I mean, Nostar Cash.
Nostr Cash.
Yeah.
You hear
ICO.
You heard it here first. Nostr Cash.
There's a
fits.
pre-mine, so just speak to me about it. It's fine.
And you get Nippo5 on Nostr.com.
I've got Ben at Nostar.com, so it's all worth it.
We'll sell. Like
And to be fair, talking of history,
Yeah.
If you look in that Telegram chat, I was there for about 2 months saying, Nostar.com is available, please someone buy it. Nostar.com is available, please someone buy it. And then I sold a Bitcoin because it was $4,000, and at that time it was $4,000. So I sold a whole Bitcoin to buy Nostar.com. So there we are. I put my money where their mouth is.
Wow.
There we go. I never thought Roger Veer will get applause from this group, but here we are. Fia Jeff, Nostriches, Bitcoiners. Who will be bigger group? Who will be the subset of other groups?
Well, I think both will be the entire world population. So in the end, so they will be the same amount, the same size each. But I do think it's not good to harass people that don't like Bitcoin and try to get them to like Nostr. And then I think they naturally, after they start using Nostr, they will naturally flock to Bitcoin, as have happened to a bunch of people already. And without you have to call them names and talk about Bitcoin all the time. They will see the zaps working and they will be amazed at that and other things, and they will naturally flock into Bitcoin. And I think that will be good for Bitcoin. Bitcoin is much more important than Nostr for other things for the world. So if Nostr can work for Bitcoin, that would be good.
Yeah, I guess there's so many Bitcoins interested in Nostar because it's like a whole culture and industry of people who get public key crypto and then like developers who are used to kind of working with it. So it makes sense that culture of people are going to see Nostar and they're going to be like, oh, it's keys. Okay, we get these. We know what private key is, a public key, blah, blah, blah. But then for other people who want Bitcoiners or directly engaged with that technology in a kind of native way, then it's a little bit harder for them to kind of wrap their heads around public key, which is the issue we've always had in Bitcoin anyway, isn't it? Is teaching people those new tools which they should be using.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really interested in, like, one of the things I would love to see come out of this conference is that we, as old Nostr supporters, come with a better understanding of how to solve key management. Because to me, one of the biggest problems of Nostr now is you create that private key, you're stuck with it, and there should be a way to obsolete key. And I brought up a thread on like PGP, GPG keys. Like if we use that as a standard and we just like implement it, it's way simpler than DIDs. Like that's another idea. But maybe that's also a better way to look at it as a question. Is work on Bitcoin important, more important than work on Nostr? Like I kind of see it as the same priority because the same way I was depressed about money and how governments will like just keep printing it and keep us all enslaved through a system of control, like that monetary control. That's what I saw for information as well. Is like I thought we will all end up in these walled gardens of Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, where you have people literally being weaponized by algorithm. And yeah, I was like, okay, that's the outcome. We will just live with it. But now that Nostr is here, like I see a way out. Like I literally see that, and I think everyone in this audience sees it. Is like you publish those nodes, you control that data. Like you're the one signing with your keys, and it's not the walled gardens that decide. It's like you decide to which provider you're going, and using them to like amplify your message. So I don't know. I think both Bitcoin and Nostr like are equally important.
I think Nostar's not more. I think you've got public key cryptography, and then that Bitcoin's possible because of that, and now Nostar's possible because of that as well. But the real revolution is the Bitcoin, the public key cryptography, which normal people will have to get used to when their captures become too big and their passwords too hard to remember, and the computers could brute force. So it's only a matter of time until normal people are using hardware wallets to log into stuff anyway. So I think Nostar's just ahead of its time.
More important than Bitcoin.
Maybe. What if it was like the two of them? I would say maybe. Yeah. Maybe Nostar's more important because it's more diverse, and that's actually something I was interested in asking Virja before we go. Is obviously it's been very social network heavy, and actually in the protocol it says this is a social network. Which fixes social networks. So, but for me, it feels much more general. Like you can build Ubers and marketplaces, and there's a whole bunch of revolutionary technologies you can build beyond a Twitter client. So, Feardraft, like, is that something you want to happen, or do you think it should be restricted to just a social network client?
No, I want to happen. Yeah, I want to happen for everything that it fits. I don't think it fits everything, but I think it fits a lot of use cases. Yeah, that's since we're talking about history. I think in the beginning I was just thinking about social network, but then I think it was Ben who first said it could be used for many other things, and then I just started thinking about a lot of different use cases, and I have notes with lists of a lot of use cases.
Well,
Yeah.
medical records incoming. Can't see how that nip is doing. Washers, dryers, medical records. But yeah, we're at time, gentlemen. So yeah, 9:45. Can we get a round of applause for Ben Ark, Jeff?
As well.
Yeah. No worries about me. Rockstars gets applause all the time, you know. But here is where Q&A. We can start with Q&A. Mics are ready. Let's have someone step up and ask questions for Ben and Jeff. Don't be shy.
And you.
Check.
Good question.
And I don't need to repeat the question, right? Correct. Oh my God, we have such a great setup here.
Cool, thank you. Close to the mic, please. Okay. What do you guys think about backwards compatibility? Because as we're adding more NIPs onto the protocol and clients are getting more complicated, do you think it's important to like keep the text notes simple so that you can just pull back a list of notes? And like, at what point do we start worrying about clients falling behind and just not functioning anymore? Thanks.
Jeff, this is like right in your alley, especially with all the NIPS reviews.
I forgot. I didn't listen to the last part. Is the idea to keep everything backwards compatibility?
Did you hear the question, Jeff?
I heard the first part. The second part was
So
confusing.
yeah, can you repeat the question? Like,
It was if we have when new NIPs are coming out, should we retain back? So like NIP 4, for example, is like one of the ones I contributed, but it's like terrible crypto stuff, like really dumb crypto for a direct message for encrypting, making a secret. However, I've implemented it in some of my applications, and I can't be asked changing it to some fancy schmancy token system. Like, it's good enough. Do you know what I mean? So like, with backwards compatibility, I think the question is, with backwards compatibility, if we built a new DM NIP, would we replace NIP 4, or would we make a new NIP for DMing, like a more advanced token-based thing or something?
No, the idea is to make a new one,
Yeah.
leave the NIP 4 there, and people can implement the new one if they want, or they can keep both. But this is a very subtle thing. It's much harder than I expected, because like the idea is to always be backwards compatible, but sometimes you introduce things that are not optional. They became mandatory after they've been used a lot. Everybody starts to assume they will be there, so they became mandatory. So I think we should try to not do that unless it's something very important. Like, we should, if you're making a new tag or something that should be treated differently, you should still think about how a client that doesn't implement this new thing, how will they deal with these new things you made? So I think it's important to keep these things in mind, although there's no way to completely guarantee the backwards compatibility and the simplicity.
I mean, the great thing with Nostr is, you can break stuff. It's not as critical as with Bitcoin.
But also, it's like one of its appealing things early on, I think, is its simplicity. We were talking about this, and how there wasn't that many NIPs, and it's very simple, and you could make a client which covered all the NIPs, and it wasn't. But now, like, I can't keep up with all the different NIPs.
Well, the idea is that you shouldn't be able you shouldn't have to understand all the NIPs, But people, like, they start working on a client, they make a list with all the NIPs, and then they start implementing one by one. But that was never the idea. I think we should probably have 1 million NIPs, so people will not try to implement them all. They will just implement the specific NIPs they're interested in.
Yeah, nice.
So maybe instead of having very few NIPs, or we should have 1 million NIPs.
This is why you should have been here via Jeff, but next Nostrica in Brazil, and then you have to come, and we're doing a NIPS refactoring.
He is here. He's hiding in the toilets.
Oh,
His
yeah,
phone,
yeah,
so
he's behind the wall.
You'll see him walking around.
Yeah.
He looks like Mr. T.
You heard it here first, Mr. T. Yeah, like the next question?
Well, thank you so much for your work first, and thank you so much for the people in Bitcoin Jungle for hosting this event, and for Jack for hosting his event. And especially thank you for you to coming to Costa Rica. So my question is, what's your best guess that when it's going to happen that Nostr going to have 1 million users using Nostr?
Okay, you heard it, Jeffy?
Yeah, my guess, 90 days.
Good guess.
There we go.
No, but the real answer is that whenever some big event like Jack happens, maybe.
Yeah.
We need some of these Black Swan events.
Okay, well, I'll take that as action item, being a rock star. So I'll source a list from everyone present, like who is the next billionaire I'm DMing. We'll see. Next question. Wow. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Yeah, there we go.
Hello. Sorry, I'm not sure if this is the right context to ask this question, but I was curious if there's progress on the GitHub replacement work. I'm asking this here because there's a lot of people, and there might be some people that are working, and I don't know if there's any updates or...
Fia, Jeff, you know anything about that?
Oh, I didn't understand the question.
So the question is that GitHub replacement that was, build a new GitHub for 100 million sats for 1 Bitcoin. Hilarious. Any progress on that? I know that bounty is now up like 10x, but do you know of anyone working on that GitHub replacement or no?
Well, I see many people working on it, but I don't like how it's going. I don't like the idea that someone will make a giant platform and try to capture the entirety of the GitHub stuff on it. I would prefer more small tools that fit together, and maybe have a website too, but everything should be compatible, like small tools and separate implementations.
Micro apps.
Yeah, there are some people, I think it's very somewhat suspicious. I don't know, but like people that they just show up for the
money.
Yeah, for the bounty, and then they start working on a giant thing.
I think
I
that's
don't
all
know.
right, though. That's okay if they're just going for the bounty, and then because they're learning the tools and they're powerful tools. So even if if that's their incentive.
Yeah, but they're making a closed thing, like they're deciding everything, and they're not asking anyone about it, and then they want to become the standard. Not that, I don't know. Maybe it could be good.
They want to solve the problem. They want to solve the problem, but they also want to have power. Yeah, that's how.
I don't know if they're doing it to have power, but the way they know how to solve is, I'll make an app, and I'll decide everything here, and this app will be the standard. And yeah, maybe they will do a good thing with that.
We will see.
These things are a mystery.
There is a kind of like chicken egg thing there, which I've come up across as well, is where with the Diagon Alley stuff, where like you want to have like a reference client to say this is how I envision this thing would be implemented, but then by doing that, you've already created the thing, so you've already implemented it. So you're like proposing a NIP, but then you're like, yeah, but I've already built it, and then it makes you hard to not very receptive to change. And I know it's happened with a couple of other NIPs as well. Like someone's built something, implemented into their software, and then they've talked about, they've created the NIP for it. So it's like a hard dynamic that if do you just propose it as
Yeah.
a nip, or do you build the client
Yeah.
first and do it? So it's hard to get the balance.
Yeah.
Yeah, very hard.
Well, this is why I also hope this conference will be very useful, because I do expect that people in the audience are also working on a GitHub replacement. So we're going to continue the conversation. But final question, who will have the honor of asking the last question? Anyone? There we go. Oh, sorry. I'm going to organize this again just for you.
Yeah, should we keep using, like, do you see any alternative to using DNS for NIP5 names? Or, because it's, DNS.
So you heard that question, Jeffy.
Yeah, I did. Well, my idea was to have multiple ways of attaching readable names to your key, and DNS was just the first, most obvious. But I couldn't think of any other system. But if we have other systems, we should try to implement them. But we shouldn't also, like, this is one of the things, like, if everybody starts relying on the DNS IDs, then it becomes mandatory, and we don't want that. So
Isn't there a nip for isn't there a nip for, like, using, like, you can verify like your GitHub name by putting a note in, by putting something in a
yeah,
text
there's
file.
that also.
And then there's the one where you
There's
can
that, yeah.
do it on Twitter too, can't you? You can, like, verify who you are on Twitter and then use that.
Noster directory.
Yeah, how does it show on the client though when you've done that? You can.
Yeah, but the Nostrica direct, the guy, he made a NIP and trying to make it a standard. I think it's a good idea. Like,
It's a very good idea, yeah.
you
We
can-
talked about it really early on.
you can search for GitHub names,
Yeah.
and
You can have multiple paths as well for, like, attaching your already, created identity with reputation to your new Nostar identity. There's a bunch of ways you could do it, but
Yeah, I mean, we here will have sessions on, reputation and identity. I'm looking forward to hear more from people working on that, but we are at time, and I hope that this session, gave you the genesis story of Noster, how it developed, and I really hope it also inspired you to think about ideas that you have, and you're working on it alone or with one friend, and inspired you to keep pushing, in a sense that your idea, especially now built on Noster, what will it be in 2 years? So, and I actually see a lot of builders in the audience, so I'm excited for that. And thank you all for coming. Can we get a round of applause for Ben and Tia Jeff?
and Rockstar as well.
And let's keep building.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. If you need a water real quick, a refresher, we're about to get started here with Will. So very excited. Will, otherwise known as JB55, is going to give us a talk on Zaps, the future of Zaps. And a couple housekeeping notes. Please be very respectful of NIMS. So this would be a, okay to be on camera photo tag. The blue tags, that is someone you need to ask permission and avoid taking their photo. And in general, please ask permission before taking photos with groups of people in the background, out of respect for our NIMS present today. Also, if anyone's parked along the line coming in, we gotta move you to the parking lot. So please make sure you're actually in a parking lot so we don't get too full. Last note, lunch is at noon. You guys are gonna be really excited. We've got all kinds of options for you for food, so that's great. Without further ado, we'll have Will come up here in a minute and do his thing. On the workshop stage, that's kicking off right now. It's the tent you saw along the way when you came in. Pablo is leading like a micro kind of hackathon workshop about building micro apps for Noster. So if you have a computer or you're interested, want to follow along, that's going to start now and continue through the conference in the workshop stage. So yeah, without further ado, guys, Will in just a few minutes.
job, man.
Peace.
Testing. Hello. If everybody wants to start finding a seat, funneling in, Will is going to get going here in a second. I'm sure you will not want to miss it, so go ahead and find your seats.
Test. Woo. Okay. He's gonna have.
Okay. Just if I could ask you, try and always cheat this way. If you're over here, this podium will block. Yeah. If you guys are standing by the exit, don't be afraid to funnel your way in here, grab yourself a seat. We're going to get started in just a moment. All right, everybody, we're going to get started with the next session here. So first, we'd like to just introduce ourselves. My name is Walker.
And I'm Carla.
Thank you for that. You have probably seen us memeing and shitposting, and you've certainly heard Carla sing. You've perhaps seen her acting out things in a ostrich or nostrich outfit as well. She did bring part of it with her, so you may see more feathers as the conference progresses. We'll see what happens. But it's a pleasure to be here with all of you today. It's pretty amazing just listening to that last panel. This started with one person, right, building a protocol. And now there are hundreds of people who traveled thousands of miles from all across the world to be here right now. And that's a really powerful thing. So we're going to get started here with the next session. I'm going to let my beautiful wife introduce our next speaker, who probably doesn't need an introduction, but we're going to give him one anyway.
If you don't know who he is, he's one of the most prominent zappers and also onboarders to Nostr. None other than Will Kasserin, founder of Damus.
Please
give him a very warm welcome.
Wow, this is crazy. This was not on my bingo card for this year. I think this just started. I just messaged Jack one day. I was like, hey, me and my family want to go somewhere near the equator. He's like, come to Costa Rica. I'm like, okay. He's like, wait a minute, why don't we just let's throw a conference? I'm like, sounds cool. So I guess this kind of is a family trip that turned into an awesome conference. So I'm excited to be here. And yeah, so how many Damus users are in the crowd today? Let's go. Okay, that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, it all started like in April, like last year. I think I saw this project by Fiat Jaff, and it just seemed so elegant and so beautiful. And so I'm like, okay, I was using Mastodon at the time, and just like there was so many issues. I think it was mentioned on the panel where I would just join an instance on Mastodon, and I would just they would just ban me because I had like Bitcoin in my profile. I was like, okay, well, like this is supposed to be the feedback. Is this supposed to be the solution? Is like you have to like join these instances, and then if the minute you want to speak your mind, you instantly get banned. So it didn't feel like the right solution. So yeah, so I saw this project by Fiat Jaff, and just does like lists. I was using an iPhone at the time. I'm not even like a huge iPhone person. I just had one at the time, and I decided to make a client. And yeah, it seemed to take off. It seems like a lot of users here. It's really weird for me because this is like side project number 6,000 or something, and it's just I didn't think it would turn into this, and it's just. Am I getting feedback here? Sorry. Good. Yeah. So yeah, it's awesome. Hello, Nostrica. And yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit about the early history of Damus and kind of talk about Zaps. Why is there Zaps, and what's the future of Zaps. So yeah, it's crazy. Oh yeah, so continuing on with the story. Yeah, Damus was just it was an attempt to just make a better client because the clients at the time were just completely horrible. Sorry, via Java. But I saw his protocol and I saw the client he was working on. I'm like, it didn't capture I knew it could be way faster. I knew it could be way better. Like back in the days, it would take like 10 minutes to sync your feed, and it was just like, oh, this is brutal. And I just knew that people are getting put off by it. Yeah, the hardcore tech nerds, they liked it, but in reality, we needed a better solution. So I took a stab at it, and it was just the first thing I realized is just how simple the protocol is. And just how quickly I was able to build something. And I think we see that in the community, just how fast this is moving. I think people feel that. It's the speed of this thing is insane. I think I launched it on the App Store in January or February, and now we're all here. It's just incredible. Yeah, so I think a big part of it, I just didn't want it to create another Twitter clone. Like that's cool, and yeah, I guess free speech is pretty cool. But we could do better. Like we could make the big issue with these centralized platforms is that there's no competition. They just they control all the users, and there's no way for the system to evolve more organically and naturally, and there's no competitive pressures without losing your entire user base. So I think that's a really interesting aspect of the protocol, and I wanted to say what could we do next with this, now that we have free speech on a decentralized protocol, sorry, how do we innovate past that? So I was working on Core Lightning at the time, and I was like, hey, let's add Bitcoin Lightning to a social network. It seems so natural, to have that Zap button. So in the early days, we just had a very simple functionality where you would just put in your LN URL, and then you can click the button, and then it would just open up a wallet. But you would never see that Zap on the platform, and I feel like that was a really, it was cool, but it could have been so much cooler when you have the tally of the Zaps. So I started thinking about this. I've been thinking about it for about a year so far, and I just assumed it was not possible, just because Nostra doesn't actually have anything to do with Bitcoin. This is a confusing thing that people, because there's so many Bitcoiners in the crowd or in the protocol. And when people first join, they're like, oh, this must be built on Bitcoin or something. But it's completely separate. But that has a downside where, Nostra has no insight into the validity of certain Lightning transactions. So if you want to put a Zap on a post and say, hey, this actually got a Zap, there's no really way for clients to actually prove that. So I actually thought it was impossible to do. But yeah, eventually I came up with a trade-off solution where now whenever you open your wallet and it'll actually just, the way that it works is, anyway, so I don't want to get too far into that yet, but I'm going to get off track here. Yeah, so just the origin of Zap, I just saw Stacker News was an incredible product. So it's one of my favorite things. It's applying the Lightning model to social to a Reddit-like website, and I'm like, why don't we do that with Twitter as well? So yeah, so that was the origin of Zaps, and yeah, I guess yeah. So once I figured out how to do it, I'm like, okay, let's actually do it. And it wasn't too difficult, but yeah. So I guess this is where this talks about Zaps. So I'm going to try to explain what Zaps are for anyone's curious. So Zaps are a new note type on Nostra. So on Nostra, there's multiple different types of notes. There's the text note, kind 1, and the profile note, kind 0. And then there's contact list, kind 3. So the cool thing about this network is that you can extend it and add additional functionality, and you don't have to ask permission. So I just went to I just created a new note, that encoded like the Lightning invoice in the note, and then it gets broadcast. So the way that it works is when your client, when you click that Zap button on your client, it'll contact the Ellen Ural server and then to fetch an invoice. But instead of putting in the Ellen Ural metadata, it'll actually just put in a note within the Lightning invoice. So that's why it kind of works across all the different wallets, is that it's actually putting a signed note within a Lightning invoice. And the minute that invoice gets paid, then those Lightning nodes can send notes to the Nostr network. So it's just like that, just the fact that you can add data to the network that all other users and all other applications and all other clients can now tap into. Like, it's funny, when I implemented this, I didn't actually, I just wrote down the spec, and then this guy, he's working on another client called Snort Social, and he like implemented it before I even wrote the spec, because he just like looked at my code. But that's the cool thing about this network, is that there's this interoperability that you don't really see that on other protocols. And we're starting to see that again with badges. So there's like another, just a micro app, this one called badges.page, where they can just, you can create badges independently, and eventually Damus is going to have this in the app for you. And I think some clients already have it. Like I think the Android one has badges, but that's the cool thing, is like people can just build these products like independently, and then we can all interoperate. So I think that's the biggest thing about this network, is that any new application basically gets the entire network effects of the entire user base that already exists. So there's like this we're building something. They're building this larger structure over time that's really interesting, and we're all interoperating. So so Zaps was just that one example of that. I don't know if I don't know if there's any questions before I continue, but so I really want to start talking about where are Zaps going next, because they're fun. You can kind of tip your friends, but this could be like a lot bigger, a lot more interesting. So another. Can you stop? Okay. Oh, this one. So like, Zaps weren't actually originally called Zaps. They were just called tips. And then I think it was DirGG got really upset at me for calling it tips. Like, he's like, if you call it tips, like, you'll only get tips. And that's fair. So I feel like Zaps are much more general. Because, I expect in the future we're going to start using these things for a lot more applications, like commerce. So there's no reason why we couldn't have a store page on your profile where you can sell stuff, sell products, sell shirts, and use this Zap. But if it was tipping to buy it, it would be weird. So Zaps made a lot of sense, and it just clicked. So that's going to be something I'm going to look at in the future at Damus. Just can we add commerce? That'd be kind of cool. Another one I want to add is Zap polls. So a big issue right now on Twitter is, you can just poll someone, but there's no value attached to the actual votes. But if you had a minimum Zap amount, let's say like 50 on a poll, and then that's what you use to vote, or you can configure it. I think that'd be a really interesting way to kind of to do polls on the network. So we'll probably have that soon in Damus as well. And let's see. Yeah, and another big one is just a big issue on the network is spam. So we want to be able to use Zaps to combat spam. So one thing we're going to add is Zap to DM. So to even get a DM, someone has to Zap first, which will be interesting. So I think that anyway. So overall, I think the future of Zaps is going to be pretty interesting, and the fact that not just Damus, but all like other websites, other clients, they can all interoperate using this common thing on the network that represents a payment. That's a pretty powerful idea. So I don't want to drone on too long about Zaps. Maybe I'll just quickly skip to like question and answer, because yeah.
Hi, Will.
Hi.
Nostr.build. Hey, I have a question. Like, if someone, is it possible if someone shared artwork, right? Could we somehow add zaps? So let's say I share someone's work, they can get the zap instead of me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so this was something we talked about, me and Kieran, when we were working on the Zap spec. So right now, the lightning button on each post is associated with your profile. And your profile, it has the Bitcoin tipping address in it, and that's linked. But there's no reason why you couldn't put someone else's tip address in the post. Yeah, so like imagine when you're doing the post, instead of that button going to you, you can actually configure it to go to anyone. So that'd be really useful for things where you're like, hey, I'm doing a fundraiser for this person, like, you know, tip this post and it'll go to this person instead. So that would be very easy to do, and we're probably gonna add that. I don't know if that answers your question exactly.
Yeah, just some easy way exactly, so other people whose artwork work we're sharing can get the zap exactly.
Another thing I thought would be really cool is, you know, there's a lot of art generated by NPub, like people who are like artists on the network, and it would be cool, like for instance, in your profile picture, you can actually give attribution to an artist, and it'll actually link to their NPub, and you can just click on that artist. There's a lot of cool things we can do with attribution, just by putting it in different areas of the app. Yeah.
Another question too while you think about that. Also for like the wallet integration, like we all have to go to our external wallet. Is there any way that, or are you thinking, or is it even possible to incorporate your own wallet or API or something?
It's very possible. So, you know, Snort Social has this LNC integration. So LNC is Lightning Node Connect, and allows you to connect directly to your LND node. So this is a bit more restrictive, so like you have to run your own LND node. But I mean, I think that's going to be that's the first type of integration that we're going to have, where you can actually just click the lightning button and it'll just pay it without opening a wallet. It'll just talk to your LND node at home on your Umbrel, and it'll just work. But a lot of people, that's still kind of prohibitive for a lot of people, because running your own node is pretty complicated. I was looking at the Breeze SDK, and they have this really cool, easy to use setup. So there's lots of different ways to have an integrated wallet, and we're definitely gonna do it in Damus. It's a natural. This just was the easier thing to do, just to open up a wallet. And it's actually, I get less scrutiny from Apple, because it's like the minute you start putting like wallets in your apps, then So I didn't want to do it at the first version. But it's coming for sure.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, I was wondering about, could you talk about privacy with Zaps, both like the current state of things, and especially if you're talking about like marketplaces, like I don't need everybody to know what like lotions I'm buying and stuff.
Sorry, say that again. I was.
Could you talk about privacy with Zaps,
Okay.
like basically how they are right now, and especially if you're thinking about like rolling this out to commerce, maybe I don't need to broadcast a proof of payment like globally for that.
Yeah. Hi, by the way.
How's it going?
Yeah, I mean, it's really terrible for privacy, obviously, because Lightning was already kind of dubious for privacy. If you were a Lightning provider like Wallet of Satoshi, they can see all the transactions going through that. And now it's even worse, because now you just broadcast it to everyone in the world. So I have this thing called Private Zaps, which I have not written up yet, and it's in Damus. And this is truly private in the sense that not even Wallet of Satoshi can see. Well, I guess they could in some sense, but they can't see who it was from. So, and they can't even see the You can have an encrypted message within Note. So it's like, it kind of brings us back to default privacy on Lightning. But it hides the person who is sending the zap and the message. So it's really cool. If no one's ever used that feature, Private Zaps, it's I gotta write it up. I don't know. You might be an Amethyst user, so you might not see it yet. But yeah. So I think that's a big one for privacy. And also, you don't need to zap. Like, you could just use regular Lightning. And I feel like people stop using regular Lightning payments because they're like, why? I don't know. So yeah, they're bad for privacy. I don't know. That's the easy answer for it.
Just a quick question on the role of zaps in ranking content.
Right.
Do you think there's a future there where zaps are incorporated into an algorithm, and how do you prevent that
Wash
from
zapping?
being gamed?
Yeah. No, I'm very much right now against it, just because it's so easy to wash zap. So wash zapping is just sending a zap to someone and them sending it back. So you can artificially pump. If the algorithm is bad, you can pump stuff up. And I think Stacker News has a pretty interesting algorithm that stops this type of
upvoting, right?
They have a 10% fee too.
Yeah.
So it eliminates, you're not going to lose 10% every time you do it.
Yeah, so I am probably going to add it regardless, just because I think it's cool, this idea. So we're gonna have a feed in Damus called the Zaps feed, which will just show you all the top Zap posts across all the relays you're on, and maybe that's fine for like, it's probably fine to have that. Yeah, there might be some like public relays that I know. I think it'll be abused, and then I'm gonna have to fix it. But I think it's just too cool to have, not to do it. So. Yeah, because that's the hardest thing on Damus and Nostra right now is discovering new people and discovering new content. And if there's ways to make that easier, that's something I want to at least experiment with. Yeah, because like we used to have a global feed where you could actually go to like people who are just joining the network, and we don't really have that anymore. We really have like a paid relay feed because everything else on the public relays are all spam. So we need better ways to discover stuff, even if it's from a spammy relay. So,
are there any second order effects or negative side effects that you see from potentially integrating money into an algorithm? Like, does that change the way users might interact with Damus or Nostr?
Yeah, there's all these like really complex, social questions about like how are Zaps affecting discourse? Like, there's like this. I think there's like a meme like you're like a Zap slut if you just like all you care about is like prostituting yourself and just trying to get more Zaps from people. Well, I think there's a word for it, but it's escaping me. But like that's like a negative aspect of Zaps. And how do we avoid those types of negative social things and like still make it fun? And so the main goal of Damus is just like I'm just trying to do things that are fun, and hopefully people find them fun. I'm just trying to find more fun things to add. So I feel like. Yeah, Zaps was fun, but yeah, sometimes you'll see the negative effects of it. But I think it's the smaller, minor part of it. So,
awesome, thanks.
Hi, Ronald here, goodness from Wailuku, Maui. This Zaps thing, it really brings me back to like when I first started working, and my boss had worked for Ted Nelson, who had, he started like in the 70s and 80s hypermedia work, and he was trying to create a system which was pre-World Wide Web. And idea of like linking back, transclusion, and one of the things in it was like micropayments for publishers or content creators, so that they could be part of the system. The problem was that it was like a monolithic model, which was more common back then, and it really took off. But and also Jaron Lanier had wrote about this as well, like in You're Not a Gadget, like about the importance for creators to be rewarded. So. Yeah. I know, like, I was curious if you're aware of the history and how many people had tried to solve this problem and how it's actually possible now with our situation.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really follow the history. I imagine people have been talking about this for a long time. I've only ever seen it from the perspective of Lightning, and I was really into Lightning early on, and I just saw, you just saw the potential for micropayments. So Lightning is the innovation in there. Like Zaps is in some sense just making it easier and it's putting it into people's face. Like sometimes it's like hard to, how do you explain Lightning to people? And if they can't use it to buy stuff at the local vendor, like how do you get it into people's faces? And I felt like Zaps was my attempt at, just bringing it to the masses. And I truly believe that Nostra will orange pill the masses. In some sense, that's the secret hidden agenda of Damus, is just like get as many people into Bitcoin as possible. Because but that's, Fiat Jaff always says this isn't a good thing. We want to keep it separate, and I agree with that as well. Like we shouldn't be a Bitcoin app. I mean, I'm a Bitcoiner and I love making Bitcoin stuff in the app, but there's a lot of people who might not care about that, but that's fine, because then you can just use a different client that doesn't have Bitcoin in it. So that's the goal of Zaps, orange pill the world, and I think it's happening. I see people on the network who are just like sometimes they have the .eth name, and they're like, wow, Lightning's so easy. Like what? Like I thought I needed to use Nano or something to make things fast. I'm like, no, it works and it's fast. So I think so we're starting to orange pill like Ethereum people, which is kind of funny.
Hey, Will.
Hello.
curious if you read Andrew Camilleri's proposal to do Lightning payments for Nostr via LNURL, if that's something that's like a completely alternative architecture, or if that's something that NIP57 could upgrade into, or how do you think about like forward evolution of NIP57?
So you said having integrated LNURL? What do you mean?
He has a proposal in the LNURL repo for doing Lightning payments without reliance on DNS, with just that based on the NPub.
Oh, interesting. I've not seen that, but I will look into that. It sounds cool. I think the next evolution for NIP57, which is the ZAP spec, I think will be Bolt 12, because Bolt 12, now that it's starting to get more widely, implemented, I was originally I actually didn't think I could do with LNURL and Bolt 11. I was waiting for Bolt 12 because it has a lot of cool features like payer proofs and stuff, which would be really useful. But yeah, I think Bolt 12 is where I'm going next, and so I don't know when that's going to be, but it makes sense to integrate into Lightning better. So.
Hey, Will.
Hey.
Back to like content creation. With Zaps currently, you predetermine a static amount that you zap someone. Do you see a future where we make it more dynamic? Like, for instance, like I make music, so it'd be cool to have a way that Zaps can be streamed. I don't know, like sort of a value for value model. Do you have any comments on that?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. You could probably make it a bit more streaming friendly, but I think it would just be a matter of just creating lots of invoices every like 30 seconds or something. So I don't think it's. Yeah, I don't know what it would look like. I think that's so. I do like that streaming model, like the podcasting app Fountain is pretty cool. But I think they're using KeySend for a lot of the payments. I don't know if they're still doing that, and that made it really easy to do these streaming type payments. Whereas with Zaps, I'm just using LNURL, so it's actually there's a lot of back and forth and chattiness. So I don't know. I'm not really fully convinced that streaming like a SAT every second is like good. I think it's like it's fine just to do it every minute or two and do a payment. So I don't know. So I don't think it's like a huge issue.
I'm just walking the mic around, y'all.
I think there's someone behind you who wants to.
Hey man, I was wondering about right now. In order to go on like paid relays, in order to pay, you usually go to like a website that's separate. In order to do that, is there any plan to integrate Lightning or Zaps into it so that I don't leave the Damus app to pay for a relay?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, this is something I talked to Camry like right when I was implementing this stuff. I'm like, I just found it easier just to open up a website for now. But the plan is to just have a button that you click, and even right now on the app, it's not even that obvious if you've even paid or not yet. So it could be a lot better to actually show that you've actually paid for this relay. And it could be as simple as if the client notices that it can't actually write to that relay, it can be like, oh well, you need to pay. But yeah, we definitely want to have that integrated. It's going to get even better too when we have the integrated wallet, because then you just click like buy and it'll just work, and you don't have to like open a wallet or anything. So soon.
Thanks.
Soon. Looks like that's it. Oh. The best Zap meme. Oh, that's hard. I don't know. My feed is like really hard to. it moves so quickly, so I don't see all the memes that are happening. I'd have to think about that one, I think. Yeah. Well, I've onboarded my partner's mom. She found it pretty easily, and she's like not super technical. I think if I just have like profile picture setting, like that seems to be the most confusing thing for people. But we have like the image uploads now, so that's helpful. I think moms. That's the beautiful thing about this approach, is that you don't need an email, you don't need all these confirmation steps. You can literally just click create account and just get into it. So just trying to make it easier. I don't know. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not doing good. You'll pass it over.
Okay, I committed a sin, I'm sorry.
If you're comfortable talking about this, it may be kind of early, but could you elaborate on the Bolt 12 integration with Zaps?
Yeah, I mean, I was going down a rabbit hole at one point, like trying to figure out how to do it. I don't know if there's an easy way to do it with Bolt 12. I have to look at it and see if, because with Ellen Neural, you have all these servers that are sending Zaps for you and stuff like that. But I think it would be very similar to the Ellen Neural integration. You just have the same thing where you put the Zap request in the invoice and it's signed. I was looking at like using the payer signature to like actually use your Nostra key, and then so the actual invoice itself would have a signature with your Nostra key. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I haven't looked too much into it yet. So. All right. Looks like that's it. Oh, one more.
What solutions are you looking at for like solving the like global feed issue and content discoverability? And do you see Lightning as a solution to that, or aggregator relays, or I don't know?
Yeah, I think so. Using the simplest algorithm that I can think of is just showing all the top zapped posts, because then there's actually some like value attached to that, so you know it's not just someone spamming like. So that's the number one thing right now. I think just making it easier to discover hashtags, like simple things like that. Just like right now, like people don't even think about going to the introductions hashtag because it's like there's no way to click it anywhere. Like maybe that could just suggest it. So like, hey, when you go into the universe feed, you'll see a button that you can just click that goes, easy things like that. Like, and also aggregators might be interesting. I want to integrate more into like Nostra Band and things like that actually build up statistics, because right now the worst thing on the network is you can't even see how many followers you have. So just being able to like get basic statistics from a bunch of different relays, I think that's pretty important as well. And so maybe we can tap into those aggregators to do, maybe they'll have their own algorithms for ranking stuff, right? So if we can tap into like the free market aspects of that we get in other parts of the app, but in terms of algorithms, like that's really interesting to me. Like if there's like a spec where you can say, oh, I'm gonna connect to this particular aggregator or some algorithm, and then it just gives you an interesting feed, right, from all the relays that it knows about. So I think people should be working on specs like that, because that'd be really cool, and then clients could implement them. So. Oh. You can just ask. Yes.
Hey, have you had any thought about logging in with Damus? I'd like you to come to a plebeian market and then log in and then buy something.
Sorry, say it again. I missed it.
Have you had any thought about logging in with Damus IDs?
Yeah. So like login with Nostra is an interesting. I think someone was working on that recently. I think it makes a lot of sense. Like you have your key. The only issue is like people don't really. I don't think people treat their private key like. They don't keep it safe. Like a lot of people just will put it in their like in the Notepad app or instead of their password manager. So I don't know if everyone starts using their Nostra key for logging in, I don't know. I would be worried about the security of that. So until we have better practices around private key management, I don't know if that'd be a good idea. But it'd be cool, I guess, right?
I'm curious if you thought about on the algorithms more of kind of a user-driven algorithm where a user can kind of put inputs as to what they want to see and how.
Interesting. Yeah, that might be one of those. I don't know how that would work, but yeah, if there's some way we can get the algorithm to like learn you, like actually get some real AI into the client, that'd be really interesting. It can like learn what you're like and things you like. I know Instagram's really good at that. You just go into that feed. It's like they're always showing you stuff you clicked on. I don't know if that's a good thing. Like a lot of Nostras is very anti-algorithm, and so there's like this conflict between like wanting to like find interesting things and not having this AI algorithm that's, so I don't know, it's a balance, and I think we should just open up to a free market of algorithms and like let people choose what things the algorithms that they want, and if we can build specs around making that easier, I think that's pretty important. So.
Are you able to see if there are groups other than Bitcoiners that are, moving into Damus to use it?
Sorry, say again?
Are you seeing that groups other than Bitcoiners are moving in to use Damus? It has so many great features, but everybody I follow is in Bitcoin, but it seems like other groups were like, wait, this is a really cool thing, and let's move over here.
I've definitely noticed that, and this is why I mean, a lot of people are joining the network and they're not even using Damus or clients that have. I mean, most clients have like Lightning integration because there's a lot of Bitcoiners, but you know, people can join the network and this the hard thing is I don't even know if they're Bitcoiners or not. They usually just, you know, and a big one was Japan. When Japan came online, there's just like lots of different content from Japan. I don't know if they're Bitcoiners or not, but we have a lot of Japanese users now. A lot of Chinese users, they DM me. They're like, you know, we're still on the network. Don't worry, we got past the wall. It's cool to see that. Like, yeah. So like, there's people who don't have speech, like, or it's heavily censored by their governments, and any way they can find ways to get around it. And it's particularly interesting in China because, in theory, you could like bounce notes off a satellite, and just somehow it'll get to a public relay somehow, and you don't. And that's a really unique property of the network. If you wanted to do some like really anonymous broadcasting of notes, which is really important for those parts of the world. So I just love that people are, you know, they're not just there for Bitcoin stuff, and they're just there because they find free speech important. And I think that's ultimately what kind of like why everyone is here, because like we care about freedom, we care about free speech. And you know, that is the base layer. It's like, you know, Bitcoin is like the version of that for money, but underneath all of that is just like, you know, freedom and free speech in general. So I think that's a much wider basket. So
what do you think about multiple relay feeds? So, you know, you have, say, you can filter your feed based on some relays so that you're not mixing your feed, and also when you publish, picking which relays that goes to, and if we can do that in a smart way, so like remember last kind of deal.
Yeah, I definitely want that in Damus. That's like a really high priority feature. I mean, of all the features that I want to implement, like this idea of a relay set. You know, I gave the analogy of, you know, these different nodes in cyberspace are just like, like the public nodes might be like your park where you have this like crazy person screaming, but there's maybe the private relays are like a private club where you can join and have more civilized discussion, and being able to switch those easily, like at the click of a button. Like I want to get out of this crazy town and go into, you know, into a more peaceful environment. Like there should be a way to, like a button to just click to do that. And also what you're saying with reading and writing, that's like a bit more granular. I don't think a lot of users would use that, but I think for power users, that's a really useful feature to say, I only want to write to these relays and only want to read from these relays. So I think we'll have that all there eventually, but yeah, I really want that relay set feature.
Do you think we're going to end up with mirror relays or relays talking to relays? Because, you know, there's going to be like information that kind of wants to go in a certain way, and I can see some relays not being able to sort of aggregate that information because it's not getting pushed to them. They might be sort of like sucking off of other relays.
Well, this has been happening since basically the start of the network. People like mirroring has been going on. I don't know if people are still mirroring. I don't think they mirror the Damus relay just there's so much spam coming out of it. But this is happening behind the scenes, whether you kind of see it or not. And even some relays like the stir-fry relay, they have built-in support for like efficient syncing between relays and stuff. So I don't know if how again, I don't have any insight into who's doing that stuff, but it's always been a thing, and it's probably just going to be more of a thing.
There is no NIP though, right? Like there is no.
There is no NIP for relay syncing, but because I just think there's too many different ways to do it. It wouldn't even make sense maybe to make a NIP, because like I don't know. Yeah, it could be a NIP though in theory, so that you can have interoperable syncing between different relays. But yeah, it would be tricky, I think.
Hi. I'm preface this with kind of a neophyte in terms of the technological backend behind this protocol, but I have more of a maybe a cultural, social curiosity in terms of how do you through these mechanisms of giving, of incentivizing generosity, because building incentives towards what we consider to be maybe towards what we consider to be leading us in the direction of truth, of freedom, how do we incentivize that? How do we incentivize good sense making? How do we incentivize contributions towards a system that are maintaining its integrity or maintaining its openness or flagging things that are contrary to some of those principles? How do you find that you're able to do that?
Yeah, so this idea of there's a lot of things we can do like within the protocol to encourage, you know, for instance, one thing I was thinking of is that crowdfund thing where you can create a post and raise money for people in need. That could just be like a dedicated post. So there's like a lot of things technically we can do that to encourage giving and doing good, right? And I think this protocol in particular has a lot of future avenues where we can start doing a lot of good in the world, just in terms of these. So any feature that I can add to make that better, I think this is the protocol to do it, right? It's not like we're not just doing this to make money. It's like we're doing this because we're trying to make the world better. And I think that's a shared philosophy for a lot of the people working clients. I don't think we're not making a lot of money right now, but we're just so. But the idea is we should make it easier to do good in the world in the app. So.
One more question.
Any more? Last question.
All right.
Got one over there. Oh, which one? I think it's some Walker or.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, are you going to stay focused on Apple, or are you going to do something else? Because the walled garden kind of thing, like.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because that's the number one criticism. They're like, oh, you're building like this free speech app and you're building it on like this like completely controlled platform, which it's true. I don't really have a good answer to that. I was building a new client that was supposed to be my multi-platform client, and then it just turned out like there's another client called Gossip, which was just almost identical to what I was building. So I'm just like, okay, I'll let Mike do Gossip and I'll just continue working on iOS. And I think there's a lot of iOS users. Like right when I launched on the App Store, there was like 100,000 downloads from everywhere around the world, from even from China and all these countries. And we have Amethyst on Android, and Vider's doing good work there. I don't know if Vider's here at Nostrica, but I think there's enough people doing building apps on Android that it would be a waste of my time to do it. I would love to have a multi-platform client. It's just I'd rather just focus on Apple and just make it as good as possible. So. Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you for that, Will. I don't know about for the rest of you, but Damus Test Flight was how I started using Nostr. I'd heard about it last summer because I was creeping on Fiat Joff's GitHub looking for something about Lightning, and I saw this Nostr thing, and then just ignored it for a while because I'm like, I'm not technical enough to handle that, and saw this Apple app that I could just easily download and use on Test Flight. And I thought, well, that's really neat. Why don't I try that out? And now I'm standing here. So thank you, Will. We're going to take a 10-minute break and then be right back here again. So go do what you need to do, stay hydrated, and we'll see you here in 10 minutes. Thank you.
paroxysm. And the number 13 were all I had. Who the people around me were, what they wanted, or what they were trying to do, I had no idea.
Peace, peace. 2, check, peace.
Front, right.
Hello, hello, hello.
It's just a bit dark. Let's brighten up. Let me So, welcome. Spelt wrong. There we are. You can tell we haven't released this yet. Welcome to Nostar Market. Oh, not? Yeah. A little bit closer. Yeah? Okay, cool. Well, that's not good. There we go. Nice. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah. I mean, I'm ready whenever, to be honest. Yeah. Shoot, this one needs to.
Check, check. Hey everybody, if you're on the outskirts or mingling elsewhere, we are going to get started with Ben's talk here in just a couple minutes, so find your way in, find a seat, make yourself at home, and we'll get started here in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Hello again, everybody. This is your 2-minute warning. You have 2 minutes to come on in, find a seat, and we will get started. I repeat, 2 minutes. All right, everybody, we're going to get started here with Ben Ark. He's coming back to the stage to talk about Nostr marketplaces. There may also be some Harry Potter references with Diagon Alley. So could everybody please give a very warm welcome to Ben Ark, and he'll take us away.
Thank you very much. Okay, so yeah, Nostr market. For those of you who are here in the first talk, the reason I got interested in Nostr and started working on Nostr is because there was some influence of the original version of this to Nostr, the creation of Nostr. So yeah, the original concept of Diagon Alley, still got the original repo here, and the idea was that you achieve censorship resistance through resilience. And I think that's something which we have in Nostr as well. The infrastructure is resilient. You can attack parts of the infrastructure, but it's futile. Like, people would just spin up new relays. And they're trivial to spin up, and they're getting easier to spin up as well as there being, like, a whole universe of different clients you can use. What I'm interested in, though, is not boxing in Nostr just as a social network protocol. I mean, there's immense value with it being a social network protocol, because now I was just speaking to another attendee earlier, and now the world has a free press, which is accessible to anybody through Nostr. So that's quite an achievement on its own, but you can also build lots of other interesting things. So Diagon Alley, the original protocol, we had stalls, like a market stall, and then you had customers, and there would be two different clients, and then the stalls would post their products on an indexer, and that would kind of be your front-end shop, like your eBay, your Amazon. And then people would go there and buy their products, the customers would go there and buy their products, but they're interacting directly with the stall owner, the merchant. So they can list their products on the indexer, customers can buy stuff, and they have like a traditional web shop experience. But if the shop gets taken down, if the marketplace gets taken down, the inconvenience which comes with that is no longer there, because they can, because they've got private public key, they could just push their product lists and their reputation, and the customers can do the same on their side to a new indexer of products. Well, this has kind of changed, because obviously now we have Nostr, so the stalls and the customer client and the indexer itself is now just a client, and we've managed to cobble it together. I'm going to do a live demo. It's not released yet, and for good reason, because there's a few bugs in there. So I'm crossing my fingers that my live demo will work, but if it doesn't, then bear with me, and I apologize. But we should be able to get something running here. So we've built this software into LM-Bits. For those of you who don't know, LM-Bits is a Lightning Wallet account system, and we can very easily build extensions for it. So we have a whole list of different extensions which you can install into your LM-Bits install, and one of them is Nostr Market. We have a few other Nostr extensions as well, such as a relay extension and a client extension. Look at that. Oh no, I thought my demo had failed already. So if we go to all here, we have like a whole bunch of extensions doing all sorts of things, from a point of sale to, LNURL stuff. NIP5, the Nostr NIP5 extension that was made by Lee, who helped organize this event. So thanks to that. But we're going to be looking and focusing specifically on Nostr Market, and we're also going to take a look at the Nostr Client extension and the Nostr Relay extension. One of the issues with Nostr, but one of the properties of Nostr is that your client software needs to be online in order for you to, say if you're a merchant, in order for you to receive a purchase order, and then for you to generate an invoice and send it back for somebody to pay. So what we had to create, just like anything, when you have an idea of building something, you then realize you need to build other tools before that thing can exist. And that's our always-on client, which we have. So in LM-Bits, if you have an LM-Bits server running, you can now have this always-on Nostr client extension. and you can just add relays, and that gives you one common relay endpoint. Now, this on its own is quite innovative, very innovative. In fact, this was made by Callie, one of our developers, because it means you can take like 20 different relays and then represent them as one relay. So sometimes when you install something like Amethyst, it'll come with a whole bunch of packaged relays already built into it, and then your client application has to do lots of WebSockets, and it can be quite a heavy load. So this way, you could just have one WebSocket to your own relay, or to just a one relay, which then represents those 20 or something relays. We're just going to be using the one relay for this example, though. So let's get into Nostar Market. So we're going to generate some keys. Now we have a merchant account, okay? You can, if you want, you can restore from or use your keys for your other identity, but for this purpose, we're going to generate a new identity for selling things. And then here we can show keys. There's our public key, our private key. Vlad Stan, one of our LM-Bits developers, has built this UI, and it's really phenomenal. The first thing we need to do is we need to create a shipping zone. So where are we going to ship to? I'm just going to call it zone 1, and then I'm going to select a bunch of countries: Australia, Austria, and Belgium. That's my zone 1 shipping zone. I'm going to denominate not in sats, because just to make it easier for, I don't know, we're going to denominate in USD. And then, I've pasted that in there. Cost of shipping in USD, I'm going to say so it's a cent to ship, and create my shipping zone. Okay, I can create multiple shipping zones. Now I'm going to create a new stall. Okay. Actually, cakes. Yummy cakes. So I'm going to sell cakes. I'm going to connect it to this wallet. This is where it's going to send funds, retrieve invoices from for people to pay. And then I'm going to denominate in USD, because that's what my shipping zone is denominated in. And now I should be able to select my shipping zone. Now I can create the stall, and I have a stall. So I'm going to put some products in the stall. All right, so what product should we go for? I'm going to add Welsh cakes. Welsh cakes from Wales. Delicious Welsh cakes. Categories, cakes. For our kind, what we're using for communication, we're using NIP4 for all communication between the customer software and the marketplace software and the back-end merchant software as well. Insert image URL. I've got a URL somewhere here, which I'm going to use for my Welsh cakes. You can also upload an image as well. Price. So I don't want to spend all my sats, so 2 cents. Quantity, I've got 20 Welsh cakes. Create product. Okay, cool, so I've got some products. Now, I'll show you the market client. So this is the market client, which is just a dumb, empty template client. You need to add public keys of merchants. So you could have a list of public keys somewhere on a GitHub repo, or you could even use like the follow lists of Nostar to create a marketplace with all these different products on more organically. We haven't done any work on that yet. So what I need to do is I need to go get my merchant's public key. Oh, there we are. Copy that. And now, if I go into market and I add a merchant, and again, just like Nostar clients, we could package in a bunch of like vanilla merchants selling stuff, maybe Bitcoin paraphernalia or something. So we've added the merchant, and now hopefully, there we go. We have our Welsh cakes. And our stall. So this is a marketplace. So it's like you go into the market and there's different stalls that are selling different products. Then you go to the stall and you pay them directly. So we're going to visit the stall, and then we're going to buy some Welsh cakes. Okay. And then this is the bit where it may break, but we'll see. Cross your fingers. So I've bought some Welsh cakes. I've got it in my basket. I'm going to check out. So it's a traditional checkout experience. You can log in with keys if you want to as a customer, but I'm just going to generate some fresh keys. And that's where I want it shipped. You can add address, email, message. It's all optional because you might be buying like a digital product, for example. And then if we go to checkout, there we go, we get an invoice. So it's important to remember that all the communication happening between these clients is over Nostar and direct messages, encrypted direct messages. There's no HTTP calls. It's all over Nostar. I'm running this locally. You can run LM-Bits on a VPS or something behind DNS, but I'm just running this LM-Bits locally. So the merchant, I'm the customer now, and I'm using a local piece of software to purchase something from a merchant who's also using a local piece of software, and they're not even touching DNS. So that in itself is pretty powerful too. So I'm going to pay for that. Okay, paid. So now I've got an order, right? I can go to messages here, and then we'll see some garbage because this is the DMs for the communication between the clients, which we can see between the merchant and the customer. We can probably hide that at some point, but for now it's just kind of there. So I'm like, where are my cakes? Right, and then on the merchant side, we've got a nice little orders button here too, so you can look at all your different orders. On the merchant side, if I go to, I think I might have to refresh the page. If I go here, I can see, again, we're communicating through Nostar DMs, and I can just say, shipped. So I've shipped those cakes. And in fact, if I go to my orders, I can then just say, yeah, that's shipped, and then ship order. And then that will send a note to the customer and say your order's been shipped. So here we have a censorship-resistant marketplace model, very easy to run. This is one of, many clients you could build to engage with this system. Currently, we're using NIP4 because it's it makes sense for doing encrypted messages between the different clients. But maybe if there's a better encrypted method, we might use that because there's some metadata leak with NIP4. Yeah, that worked. I bought something. I sold something for some sats. If I go to my wallet here, I'll see the latest order, which is this order which came in. I did it all locally. I could run it on a DNS server if I want to, but I did it all locally. So that's Nostar Market, which I think is pretty powerful. And the demo worked, so nice. And as a bonus, I'm going to show you another extension we've got. So we've got the always-on client, which is powerful. We've got the Nostar Market, which is just... and we also have another extension which we built called Nostar Relay. This is another one of Ladstan's. So if I create a new, this is an easy spin-up relay. Someone in the last session, they were talking about paid relays. I'm not sure if they're here. Or they asked a question about paid relays. You're going to really like this. I can actually give it its own ID because I'm an admin. Ben's relay. I can add some stuff here if I want to, but I don't, so I'm just going to create relay. And there we are, we have a relay. And if I activate it, now that relay is active. And then, if you don't believe me, perhaps we could head over to Iris, add it, and then see if we can send a message through the relay. Let's try it. I'll have to deactivate all the relays which are here currently. I'd like a batch remove. I think I'm testing Faye here by doing another demo, but let's give it a whirl. Right. There's a slight thing there I need to change because this isn't being served over secure WebSocket. This is just being served over my local connection. So it's just a WS there. So I'm going to add that. There we go. Got a little green light there, so it's running. And then if I open create another Iris account. Oh, there we are, nice. If I go to settings, public key, and then if I follow that, oh no, wait there, silly me. I need to do the same thing on this side, don't I? Call some relays. Yeah. Is Martin here? I need a batch remove all. So this client software is in fact making all these WebSockets right now to all these different relays, and it could just be represented, because they're just batched in, it could be represented as one. I don't know, maybe it might be a centralizing effect, but it's still kind of interesting. Where am I? I'm lost. I've tangled myself in knots. Right, so we have, yes, the relay, that's it. I'm gonna add that relay here. Okay, add, hopefully I get a green light. And then let's send a DM between the two clients. And then let's hope it works, because if it works, then our relay is working. Right, where am I? How do I do this? I'm lost in the UI here. Right, settings, copy hex, and then you're going to message him, say hello, hello. And then we go to messages. Ah, there we go, and it came through. Look at that. So between our two different clients there, we just used the relay. Like, you saw how quickly it was to make that relay. And it doesn't end there, right? So this is the interesting bit, payment. So we can charge people for files for storage. So if we want, I might want my tweets to be saved or my messages to be saved, my notes to be saved. I can then pay this relay to store those messages for me, and I can set that fee there. I can also do, this is the wallet where the funds are going to be sent to as well, cost to join. So maybe it just costs a flat rate to join. 100,000 sats, you can join my relay. And then there's some economic incentive for them not to get booted off the relay by posting inappropriate stuff. Or, whatever. Storage cost. So we can do a price per megabyte storage cost there. And then we also have, so actually, if I could probably show you that now. So if I do cost to join, and I say it's 1,000 sats to join, and then I update the relay, then probably, if I go here, I'm not 100% sure, that should go red in a minute when it fails to connect because it's a paid relay. So if I go to relay info, and then, how do I open up the relay? There is a way of opening up the relay. There's like a relay link where you can pay to join, which I've lost. I think it might be there. There we are. So now, I have to, in order to be able to use this relay, I have to, where are we? I have to get a public key. Oh. And then paste in my public key, click pay to join. There we are, it generates an invoice. And then I can pay to join that relay. Hopefully, my phone will scan. Hopefully I'll get a tick, there we are. So now that public key has been registered with the relay, and it can use that relay. So it makes it very easy to just roll out like a business model if you're running relays. And actually you can set up multiple relays too, there's no limit. You could just create a whole bunch of different relays. You have a personal relay just for your friends and family or your company or whatever. And then in config, we've also got some extra variables we can change here. And there's some NIP stuff, so there's a created in the future option which we can set. There's requiring auth for filters and events. There's different storage actions for how you want to store the data. And here, a max events per hour, sort of like rate limiting how many events a public key can post. I think that's kind of interesting too as a concept, so to avoid spam. And then accounts, you have an allow list and a ban list. So like I said, you could just have a relay for your friends and family or your work, and then you could just have their public keys on there. And that could be the allow list, or you could have the ban list and then just ban like malicious public keys if you want to. So 3 great extensions which make building things very easy. We had to build the Nostar client extension so we could build the Nostar market extension, but by Nostar client now existing, an always on extension, I can like plug it into other extensions. So we have like, an ATM project, for example, an offline ATM project. I could potentially use Nostar on this always on. So if I'm running my LM bits, when someone scans an LN URL on the ATM, their phone, no, it wouldn't be an LN URL, sorry. When somebody sends an invoice to a certain public key with a hash, which is generated inside the ATM, this could be automated. Then the software, the ATM software, using this Nostar client, which can pass, so the Nostar client is listening for events for this public key. It gets an event for the ATM's public key. It sends it to the extension then takes the invoice and pays it. So then you have an offline ATM, which is just completely Nostar based. So by having the right tools, then you can build all sorts of interesting things. And it'll be exciting to see what sort of innovative ways people will apply those tools. And I think, is that it? I think that's probably it. No, wait there. Oh, right there. So I've got the now repo, because the Diagonally repo is an old repo. So if you're interested, go to LNBits Nostar Market. There's a terrible write-up here on the Diagonally protocol, the new Diagonally protocol. We'll replace that with a a tutorial on how to run the Nostar market extension. But as you saw, it's actually really quite easy. It's not rocket science, which is nice. And then I think this is kind of the takeaway, is like open your mind. Like Nostar isn't just social networks. We can build all sorts of interesting things. One of the first issues I posted on Nostar, the Nostar protocol repo, was this idea for Uber. I spoke about it before, I think, where if we have an event which is a geolocation, I can just have, there's two pieces of client software. There's the person who wants a ride, and then there's a taxi. I can say I'm here, and then I can get the public keys who are in my vicinity. I could accept a ride. We could do commerce, and we can do the trade. They give me a lift somewhere, and then I leave some reputation for them, and this reputation is then stuck to my keys. And what that means is you can really easily generate an Uber system, which could be used anywhere without permission. And then you can apply that to other industries as well. So within this repo and within this chat, there was this concept that what other geolocator services could there be where actually having reputation on both sides of the trade is quite important. And I mean, like Costa Rica, it's no secret, but it has quite a thriving sex industry. And there's these sex workers who are meeting clients, and there's no reputation system involved, so they're just meeting someone out of the blue. Whereas with this system, you could have the same geolocated service where you're looking for a geolocated service, and reputation is on both sides of the transaction. And then that would obviously change prices and stuff. But I think as a tool, I actually interviewed, there's a sex worker who wrote a really good book called Bitcoin for Sex Workers. And I interviewed her about this idea. She said it was a great idea. She's American-based. And again, it's something which, it's a commons which anyone can make use of. And I think it would be, good for security of sex workers. But anyway, I thought it was kind of an interesting way in which the Uber idea went in the forum there. And yeah, I think that's it. I think we're done. Oh no, there's one more thing. Tomorrow, I'm going to be doing a workshop for my, we also have a hardware event signing device. So this has my private key on. Have I got time to quickly demo? Yeah. So if we go here, it's actually really cool because we have a web installer too. This uses something called Web Serial. So I can just plug it into my laptop and get it to sign notes for me. But we can install through the web installer. We can give it a private key, then take your private key off the clients. So if I go to Iris now, okay, and then if I plug in this thing, I think I have to log out and log back in again right there. So if I go to settings, and then if I go to log out, okay, so now I've got a link here, Nostar extension. So I'm going to click on that. That's the device. That's this device here. Okay, Nostar signing device. It might throw like a weird error because again, we're just about releasing this. I might have to do it a couple of times to get it to work. Yeah, look at that. Told you so. Plug it in and plug it out. All right, let's try that again. There we go. So now I'm logged in into Iris with my private key, and now if I go to here, I can type doing all the Nostar demos, and I hope they work. And then if you look, it said signed event, and if I go to my feed, I guess, here we are, it signed the event. And that was signed with my private key on the device. So those naysayers about Nostar, and I think it's a very valid criticism, those naysayers on key management, we can just, this is using Stepan Snygarev. He's got a really great library called uBitcoin, which is great for building these sorts of things. And he added Taproot support, which meant that we can now do Nostar things on it. So this is the great overlap which we have with Bitcoin. Before I was saying that we shouldn't get them intertwined too much, but we do have all these tools which were built for Bitcoin, which we can then use with Nostar, one of them being signing messages. And that could extend to multi-sig and all sorts of interesting applications. But anyway, thank you very much. I've talked too much. All the demos worked. Great. Thank you. Questions, I suppose. Yeah. Yes. No, so we just publish, we have our own, if you go to the Diagon Alley, not Diagon Alley, if you go to the Nostar Market, I just closed it, what an idiot. If you go to the Nostar Market repo, then you'll see the data structure we use. It's just a NIP4, an encrypted NIP4, and our software knows how to handle it. Oh, that's cool. Like sort of targeted advertising almost, but yeah. Well, if you had a geolocated thing, geolocated type, that would work. I think it's really powerful if they do it. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, and also you could have like I don't know, a Telegram bot where you're spying and selling from, or sorry, a Nostar Amethyst bot or something. Like you don't have to use this client, but you could still engage with the market. But the adding some way of discovery for local services and yeah, that's nice. Yeah. Yeah. I guess that's the great thing about NIPS when you can mix and match. Like, you know, like this would be so much more powerful when we have reputation stuff locked down. When? And then when we get geolocation, then suddenly you can alter it to do what you're proposing there, and you just pull in the different NIPS which you need and change the software or change how the client works. But yeah, great idea. Any other questions? Well, so that's just encrypted DMs. So it's stored on the merchant side and on the customer side. No, it's not stored on the customer side. It's just stored on the merchant side. It is stored in the relay if you're using it, because relays, you know, hold some information for periods of time. So it'll be stored there, but it's encrypted. So. Well, that's it. Then you could run your own relay, and then yeah, you could do that. Yeah.
Already specifies NIP12 already specifies like tags, and it gives them suggested use cases, and one of the use cases is location-specific posts. Clients can use a geohash tag to associate a post with a physical location. Clients can search for a set of geohashes of varying precisions near them to find local content. There's all sorts of like cool stuff that's already been merged that clients just haven't really implemented, so I hope to experiment with that.
That's cool. So we could just add that then. Like, it's not even that hard. We could start a few days' work, and we could have that in Nostar Market. It's an actual physical pickup service, whatever you need to go get the product from someone.
Yeah, my question is, when you have a marketplace where you buy and sell, there can be cases where there are some issues. Is there any way to make something like a dispute or anything like that, like by using this?
I mean, yeah. I mean, this is like, you know, MVP stuff, isn't it? Proof of concept MVP. Like, it's usable, but there is a certain amount of trust that there's not going to be some sort of issue where you need to pull in someone to yeah. But there are things which can be built into it, you know, in one way or another, by empowering some users. I guess it's all stuff we can build, you know.
Yeah, like for example, when there is, I mean, like in other, like in Fedimint, you use like a federation, or if you use LM peer-to-peer bot, for example, that I'm part of, we have a group of people in charge of disputes, like anything like that can be applied to something like this.
Yeah, yeah, you could do the same thing. Yeah, it would work, I think. But I mean, it needs to be built. You know.
So I think we have time for probably one more question. Real quick, is Arun here? Arun is speaking next. Okay, so we've got time for one more question, I think, and then we'll have to turn it over to Arun.
Thanks, dude. This is fantastic, man. And just to sort of extend on this one, how would you go about doing like an escrow? So let's say people were selling, more sensitive items, and there was like, usually escrows requires like a trusted third party or something. Like, could you do some sort of multi-sig, kind of transaction? Like yeah. Anyway, the question is, how would you do escrow?
Yeah. There is I can't remember the name of it, but there is a project. Is it Lightning Escrow? There is a project which is looking at escrow with Lightning payments, which you could probably like pull into it, I guess. But I'm kind of feel like, yeah, we want a trustless environment, but like, I think some relays could offer services, like a verification service, where I pay in, and then
when you get the thing,
yeah, that relay will like cover. Like if you buy something from me, and you see that I've got that tick, it means that if I run off with your money, then and I don't give you the product, then this service will then pay you back, and somehow I just have to leave something with them as a deposit
that'd be
or something.
cool. Yeah.
Like I think there's some ways, and there's some great business models for providing those sorts of services, I think.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's a good answer. All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Oh, okay, cool. Is there any more? Yeah. That's Ben. Ben's everywhere. Hands up. And any Bens here? Hands up. No.
Oh, a couple. With regards to those products, are they a new note type, and can I publish those products to any relay?
Yeah, they're not. There's not a new note type. It's just we have our own data structure which we have in the DM, and there is a NIP for it in the PRs on Nostar protocol. But I'll show you later. You can probably help me tidy it up. It's pretty messy.
Okay.
So.
What NIP is that?
I can't remember what I called it. Something to do with Harry Potter, because originally it was called Diagon Alley. What's Diagon? And it's 45 degrees angle, Diagon Alley. That was it.
Okay.
Yeah, 45, NIP 45.
Thank you.
In PRs. And actually, one more point was the reason it was called Diagon Alley was because I think what's appealing about Nostar is you self-censor in that if I walk into a town, or my kids go into a town, there'll be certain roads which you won't go down because they're a bit sketchy. And I think with Nostar, you have that. Like, the town still exists, those roads still exist, but it's your choice whether you want to go down those roads or not. And then it's up to, I don't know, the police or whatever, to police those environments. But you can kind of self-censor. So for me, with the Twitter experience, I can have a very vanilla Twitter experience. And then someone, if they want to see, like pictures of car accidents or something, then they could connect to relays where they have a darker Twitter experience. And I think similar with this, like, some people might sell things which are contraband in one country, but I'll probably have a vanilla experience, buy some Bitcoin paraphernalia or whatever on the online market. But you kind of like self-censor as opposed to ask for censorship from this body, this corporation or this government or whatever, which is nice. And I think it obviously applies also to the marketplace thing. Just want to drop that in there. But big shout out to Vladstan, Kali, Tal. They're the developers who've been working on this really hard for the past couple of weeks to get this demo ready, and I think they'll be super happy to know that that it actually all worked and went well. So a round of applause for Tal, Vladstan. They're not here, and Kali as well, the developers.
If you're good to keep doing a few more questions.
No, I mean, is there any questions? Anyone else?
We've got a little more time if you've still got the stamina for it.
I can do it, yeah. But I mean, I feel like the audience might be wanting a break, maybe. Any questions? Slip one in there.
Anybody else?
All the answers have been given. No one's got any questions. That's good. Cool.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Oh, and the workshop for this thing will be tomorrow. I thought I was going to bring 25, but for some reason I have 12. So I'll do the workshop and I'll video it so people can kind of see how it works. But I guess it's just going to be like first come, first serve for actually getting one of the devices. It's free, but I've got 12 of them to give out, so.
All right, everybody. So our next speaker, I think, was not able to make it. So we do have a little bit of a lull in the action. So at this point, I'd like to advise that if you have not yet, there is a beautiful river that if you just keep walking that way, it's quite cool and refreshing. We were just down there ourselves. Lunch isn't going to be served until noon, so you've got a little bit of time here. Until then, we can hang out here if you guys want, or if you want to go see the river, please feel free. Yeah, we'll see you guys in a little bit, unless anybody just wants to come up and say something too. This is an unconference, so I think that's perfectly allowed here. you want to get up there? Work. Oh, that voice is going. I'm Walker.
Walker Drew. Nice to meet you. You're welcome.
Are you guys? As a literal housekeeping reminder, if you have any trash, garbage of any kind, do try to find a place to throw it out so we can keep this space really beautiful. Thank you. going here with the afternoon session in about 5 minutes, so start finding your way into the main stage. Thank you.
Peace, peace.
How about that food, though? As far as, like, I don't even want to call it conference food. I feel like it does it a disservice because that was truly delicious. Come one, come all. We will start soon. We'll get started in 2 minutes. Also, just a heads up, if you are a NIM and do not want to be on camera, we recommend that you sit in one of the kind of back quarters of the audience there, so that you're not in any of the wide angle shots. Thank you. I won't move a muscle. Come on in, everybody. We're going to get started here in 2 minutes. While I'm here, can we just get a nice, gentle, but enthusiastic round of applause for all of the organizers and volunteers? This is amazing. Thank you, guys. That was a little bit more enthusiastic than I was hoping for, but that's okay. It's waking us all up after lunch. All right, we'll kick things off. Good afternoon to everybody here and also everybody watching virtually. You're here in our hearts, even if you're not here in person. We're starting off the afternoon session talking about Nostr clients. And yes, I did see on Nostr that some people were saying I should be saying Nostr, but I believe the point of Nostr is that you can say it however you choose. So we're going to start off with Marty. You may know him as Sirius, or maybe you've used his client, Iris.2. A fantastic client. If you haven't used it, you should absolutely check it out. But he's going to be walking us through, well, Iris from past to present. So get a round of applause here for Marty, and he'll kick us off.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks to Rockstar and Buzz for organizing the fundraiser to get me here. I'm funded by donations these days, so I really appreciate it. And thanks to Jack for organizing this in this beautiful place. And I've been working on Iris and similar stuff for quite some time now, and Bitcoin before that. So I thought I'd give you a very brief history of my work on Bitcoin and Iris and similar stuff. So let's begin. Yeah, so my story with Bitcoin started, I was a computer science student in Helsinki University of Technology. This is the campus. I didn't study too much. I was spending my time with friends and also by myself thinking about the world, and I was quite passionate about liberty, as so many of us, I could say libertarian. So I wanted to see this separation of money and state, because if the state controls money, they have too much power, because everything runs on money. So I was very disillusioned by politics, but I was more inspired by changing the world through technology. For example, we had the pirate movement in Finland and other countries that was successful. Yeah, so I went looking and found this peer-to-peer currency by Satoshi. Took some time to digest the white paper and sent email to Satoshi and offering my help. He first asked me to help with the web pages, so I maintained bitcoin.org for some time, later set up Bitcoin Talk forums. And one thing he asked was to keep my Bitcoin node running, so people would always have a point to connect to. And I did that, and also ticked the generate coins checkbox. So it would start mining Bitcoin on the CPU. Back then you could generate like 200, 300 Bitcoins per day on the CPU. So, but I had to turn it off while playing Counter-Strike or whatever. So later on I also contributed to the Bitcoin source code, Bitcoin release 0.2. So I mostly did UI stuff and porting to Linux. So nothing like super complicated or protocol level, but I was a junior dev at that time. And also I made the first known Bitcoin to USD transaction with this guy. I sold 5,000 Bitcoins for $5 on PayPal. This guy who was selling SpongeBob stickers for Bitcoin. So you know the Bitcoin pizza guy, so this is my Bitcoin pizza. In 2011, I sold like 10,000 Bitcoins and bought a studio apartment. At least I got more than a few pizzas, but I think I had like 55,000 Bitcoins at the maximum, so yeah, I could be a billionaire, but I don't feel like I've lost anything. Yeah, later that year, I needed a real job. I was unemployed for a while and had to sell the most of it at a like $3 exchange rate. So, yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, I moved on, went working, but I came up with this. So Bitcoin was doing well. It has had lots of great developers working on it, and I could move on to something else. So whereas Bitcoin was an alternative to banks, I thought web of trust and reputation could be a better alternative to government courts as a social force for good, at least in many cases. And also it could be a better alternative to the fairly centralized or federated domain name system. My idea was with information technology you could scale up the so-called Dunbar's number to kind of create a global village society where people are nicer to each other. But a system like that would have to be peer-to-peer and censorship resistant. Yeah, so I built a prototype on Bitcoin Core fork that would share these ratings and identity verifications in a peer-to-peer flooding network, just like Bitcoin does the transaction flooding. Also AngularJS front end and a bit similar to Nostr. The accounts were just key pairs and JSON web tokens that would be handled in the browser. And worked on it full-time for a while, but it didn't gain traction, so I joined a fintech startup for a few years while continuing on free time. 2018, I got the chance to join this, or I was an employee slash sponsored by this GunDB startup. It was a Silicon Valley startup, mostly funded by Tim Draper. It's like a decentralized database thing or JavaScript graph synchronization thing, very similar to Nostr actually. So it syncs over WebSocket relays. Yeah, I was building Identify on this. Also tried IPFS at some point, but it didn't work so great. Yeah, this used to be the Iris logo. Later I pivoted to social media because it's kind of natural, like Web of Trust is actually a social network and a more familiar term to people. Yeah, and also I wanted to see this alternative to big tech social media, like Bitcoin was an alternative to banks. And everyone here knows why we need that. And again, the important thing is accounts are just key pairs. I don't own the users of Iris, and you can choose your client freely, and it's no one can take it away from you. Yeah, so I worked on Iris on GunDB for a few years, but it was not lifting off. You know, the feeds would not load reliably, and wouldn't just work that great. I mean, GunDB is a great concept that actually could be integrated with Nostr to some extent. But then in December 2022, I was actually looking for a new job, but then Nostr came like as a godsend. And it was such a similar concept to what I was already doing, but it had a great community already, and it just worked better. So I changed to Nostr. And it's been like the most meaningful work that I've ever done, and I've coded every day since December. And I think Nostrica here is a healthy break from that. And I'm very thankful to be in this beautiful place. Yes, so where do I want to go? Yeah, so I definitely want to keep it open source, MIT licensed. Yeah, I would prefer to avoid VC funding if possible. I want to do what's the best for Nostr and best for Iris. I'm not sure what is the most sustainable thing in the long run. Like with VC capital, you could have a team of 5 or 10 coders and move faster. But you might have to compromise some values and seek growth and listen to all the investors and whatever. Now I can just do whatever I want and whatever the users want. And that's a great freedom. So yeah, I'm gonna do subscriptions at some point as well. At least you would get like a supporter badge, maybe like auxiliary stuff like translations, maybe paid relay. I don't want to do paid relays myself, but I could buy it maybe from someone. There's all the moderation risks, and also I want to take Iris to a more peer-to-peer direction, and that would kind of cannibalize my own hosting business if I did that. Yeah, so you may have noticed the feeds are not working that great. It's a great frustration for me as well. I'm so sorry. But I'm working on it, and I think I'm going to focus on making it just work well, and hoping that will attract users and more contributors to it. And I'm so happy to see people demo here with Iris already. Yeah, and we need to grow beyond just the Bitcoin folks. I'm hoping like Iris usernames could be one way to do that. That's why I've been giving them out for free, like Iris2/username. So people can just post it on Twitter, and it could be something like Linktree. Even if you're not active on Nostr, you could maintain your profile on your Iris link. Yeah, so some thoughts on the protocol. I think this would be like a no-brainer to only query the IDs of matching events and not the whole event. Like now you get the same event 10 times from 10 relays. If you just get the matching ID, then you can just ask one relay for the ID, or maybe you have it already and you don't need to ask anyone. You could say like 90% bandwidth. Then Bloom filters something else. Like you could make a query for the global feed, like say here's my social graph of 100,000 users. Without compression it would be like 6 megabytes, but with a Bloom filter of 1% false positive rate, it would be like 100 kilobytes or something. Yeah, so I want to make it more peer-to-peer. In the browser, that could be WebRTC. I want to continue maintaining and developing the desktop and the mobile as well. It's so much better for resilience and censorship resistance, and I cannot just push everyone a broken version. Yeah, and I think actually file storage could make a lot of sense. I think files should be addressed by content, not by the location. That's more future-proof. There's already WebTorrent, but that might be too heavyweight for like images and such. Maybe you can still use Magnet Link, or maybe we could have we can have our own BEC32 scheme. You know, like we have npubs and node IDs. We could have file IDs, so you know it's a file hash. I think this makes a lot of sense because everyone already has their storage space on their devices. Everyone's paying their ISPs already, so you don't need to buy a subscription to a file hosting service. So that's kind of attractive to users, and that also avoids a lot of the moderation issues of centralized relays. And I think you could even do live streaming with Nostr events that link to the previous part of the stream. That would be even like recorded live stream, and combined with Lightning payments, I think these could actually work because everyone has the incentive to serve the files to you. Yeah, that's my short presentation. So thanks again to the amazing Nostr community, and it feels a lot like the early days of Bitcoin. What development feels like even faster, and I think we are really onto something great, and I believe Nostr is the future. So pura vida. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was awesome. And also thank you for your service with all of those Bitcoins that you spent back then. Because you know what? Bitcoin doesn't exist in its present state without people actually using it, because it's just money. And in whatever way you happen to use that money, we thank you. So that was awesome. We're going to keep it rolling with the Nostr client discussion here. So next up we have Chris. I'll give him a couple minutes to get set up, but he's building the Telegram replica client on Nostr. So I know we all here in the Bitcoin space use Telegram quite a lot, so it'll be nice to have a better alternative to that. Are you waving at me? Oh. Do I get one of those bandanas too? Oh. I appreciate that, Rockstar. Good to go? All right.
Hi.
Let's give it up for Chris.
Hey, folks. So y'all are having so much fun getting off of Twitter, but those of us that are on Telegram want to have fun on Nostr too. So hopefully next year's, or I'm assuming there will be a Nostrica too. Hopefully that's organized on Nostr chat. Hopefully Arc and other chat clients. Okay, so building Arc. The headline is Telegram clone. Obviously, much more than that is possible. We have beta builds out, thearcapp.com for Android and iOS, so it's a React Native app. I'm going to try and like weave between some technical stuff and some non-technical stuff. It works. There's chat rooms. There's channels. You can join channels. You can create channels right now, just kind of like demo channels. But it's amazing to see that people have been, over the last year since NIP 28 came out, which I was the lead author on about a year ago, kind of did a little basic reference implementation about a year and a half ago. You can go back, a year and a half in the Telegram group and kind of see the conversation that led to this. The main client that implemented this was Enigma, Super Testnet, another fellow Austin developer. We've done some stuff together on kind of like different rideshare proofs of concepts and stuff like this. But I kind of stepped away from this for a while, and he built Enigma, which most of the people that have interacted with Nostr chat have been through Enigma. There have been other clients like Nostr Console that have implemented this. Damus has some, kind of unique integration of NIP 28 for kind of like read-only stuff. So a bunch of different clients are kind of interpreting this in their own way, which is super cool. But inspired in part by some recent like cross-site vulnerability stuff that came to light with Enigma. Just thanks to the recent uptick in publicity, decided to kind of really lean into creating a really solid chat client. Implementing best practices, not stuffing all JavaScript into a single index.html file. Love you, super, but we're going to try to build this more mainstream style. So I just want to go into a couple of the architectural decisions that we're making and say briefly, so just a quick tour of the NIPs. So we've got NIP 28 public chat, and so the big emphasis is on public. There's no expectation here that anything is private, so you can envision this aside from kind of public style chat channels. You could imagine things like, one of the things I'd like to build in the next month or so. So I'm kind of recording these videos of myself as I'm coding. And what I would love there's way too much information than you would ever want, but if you were ever to be like, hey, I wonder, how Chris uses the NDK, there's a video on that, or how I implement NIP 46 for, the delegated event signing and Nostr Connect and stuff. You can just go and kind of like skim through and stuff, but I would love if people, click on these things, which right now it's just, it's a little Amazon S3 hosted video, just I'm embedding in here. If I 10 minutes in, I make a joke and you're like, hey, I'd love you to be able to zap me some sats, a good joke, okay? Then I can refine my humor as time goes on. Okay, so I'm envisioning that on these chat channels, the videos, which are not loading because they're multi-gigs and on not a good connection here, but you can envision that attached to each video would be its own chat channel, NIP 28 channel, so that you can make comments on the video from any client and throw zaps from any client, ideally when more people integrate NIP 28. So NIP 28 is kind of flexible. You can use it for multiple different things with the emphasis on public. There has been some work done on kind of what does the more private version of this look like. So Vishal, who wrote Nostr Console, wrote this draft of NIP 38, which has been in draft for a couple months and tons of conversation. So NIP 38, let's try to make this a little bigger. NIP 38 is modeled on NIP 28. Main difference is use of a shared secret and using P tags to mention members and channel create and update events. Keeping it simple, but having encrypted group chat. There's another NIP with a different take on this, NIP 48, doing interesting things, kind of extending NIP 4. It remains to be seen which of these will, get merged, or if there's some other better architecture. One of the questions that one of the main kind of relay developers and protocol maintainers, Semisol, asked, he asked, will this have forward secrecy? So a particular kind of cryptographic property that apps like Signal have, but that is not yet in Nostr and may not ever be in Nostr. But that's a thing where probably I'm not going to be figuring out what that is. I mainly want to be trying to implement the NIPs that other people have, once other people figure out the kind of the cryptographic primitives, we will implement the NIPs. But that's in kind of an open consideration. Like, what does bringing forward secrecy to Nostr look like? Is that even appropriate at all? What we may end up finding is that the kinds of use cases that people were previously 18, 24 months ago trying to stuff into Lightning, using Lightning as a transport mechanism for chat and browser and all sorts of things, that once Nostr came out and it was realized that Nostr is kind of more of an appropriate transport mechanism for a lot of that non-payments related mechanisms, we may find something very similar on chat and encrypted chat, where it does not actually make sense to try to put forward secrecy or some of these more advanced cryptographic primitives into the Nostr protocol itself, but that there could be a chat layer that's sort of at Nostr adjacent that Nostr apps can feel comfortable using. We use the same kind of key signatures, or it kind of speaks Nostr kind of in the same way that Nostr currently speaks Lightning. So this is like one of the topics that, over the course of this year, I will be working on. I'm recruiting Super and Vishal to help work on this. Insert more advanced cryptographic primitives here over the next 6 to 12 months. But there is still a lot of cool things that can be done just with that kind of emphasis on public chat, as well as combining that with the NIP 4 for encrypted DMs. Some people I know the excitement has been largely around the kind of social use case and Twitter. But it's worth pointing out that some of the stats websites, like the Stats Nostr band that a lot of people like citing, great website, does not include NIP 28 events at all. And so I was doing some of these videos recently where I was going through and indexing from all the relays out there, give me all of your NIP 28 events. And there was something like 600,000 events. Wrote a filter to filter out all the Lightning invoice spam, because obviously that was maybe like 40% of them. Of the remaining ones, maybe half of that was like other forms of spam. But you've still got multiple hundreds of thousands of messages. It might be 100K, a little bit more or less, of people actually using this for chat. And a lot of the language is in Mandarin, which I don't speak, and we'll have the in-app translation stuff catch up to kind of what you would expect to see from Damas and what some of the other clients have done soon. But here, for example, is a chat channel that shows up in my Arc mobile app, which is like some kind of support group for Amethyst in Mandarin. And so I guess these people are talking about Amethyst, and someone ended up saying, so GM and PV, okay, some Costa Rica person is there. And then someone said something in English, badges, how to play this feature, where can I get a badges? And you can't tell, but I'm F31 in this. I said, you can get some badges from Thunder Games, check here, tweet. So still need to play catch up on some of the kind of like cool link embeds and stuff like this. But yeah, we have basic proof of concept out to the point where a chat app, or we can start to reason about chat being an actual use case that is possible in Nostr. It will be interesting to see how clients evolve, and I hope to talk more with William and anyone else building kind of social clients as to what embedding chat in social apps might look like, what embedding social in chat apps might look like, and who knows, but plenty of fun times to be had. I'd love to open it up for any questions. I've got about 5 minutes left. So any insults, questions, comments, metaphysical speculations?
Can you just speak a little bit about like privacy and your ideas around how we can improve that? I know there's like at least one NIP that's working on that because like you can see who's exchanging messages. So are you aware of any alternatives that can help kind of fix that part? Or?
Yeah. So the two NIPs, and I'm just a dumb app developer. I'm not, I'm just going to be implementing the NIPs that other people write for the most part. NIP 38 has one take on encrypted group chat. NIP 48 has another take on extending NIP 4. There's no NIP that has anything related to forward secrecy, so that's something that has to be discussed separately. I am starting to build a team to look into this more fully, and I guess I'll wrap up by saying some speakers mentioned the kind of like the VC consideration. There are a number of people that want to get capital moving in the Nostr space, and this Lightning Accelerator, I just have to give a quick plug to this WeChat-style super app for Nostr and Lightning. This is Arc. So we're going to New York in a couple weeks to participate in this. There's one other company here that's also doing stuff with Nostr that we're going to be working with on kind of Lightning-powered video. These folks have said specifically they're looking to recruit other builders on Nostr to join their next cohort. The applications are open now till April 7, and it's $250K plus 8 weeks, live work in New York City. So if you're trying to build something on Nostr, and if you want tips or more information on that program, let's get some more money into the Nostr space. Any other questions? There's a number of these chat apps that have different protocols, and I don't know enough to kind of comment on specific differences between. I have tried in the past to integrate with the Matrix protocol for something, or like the Telegram API, and I think there are some. I need to take a second look at kind of like what Signal offers in terms of like us potentially adding like a Signal SDK into our app. It is a possibility. We want to bridge it to Nostr in the way that it makes sense. And the way that it makes sense may not be at the NIP level, may or may not be, but we want there to be a sort of a Nostr/Nostr adjacent chat app in which you can do all the kinds of things with your shared account, Zaps, Diagon Alley, the stuff Ben was talking about earlier. I worked with them on some of that early kind of proofs of concept on some of the decentralized Uber stuff. We want to put marketplaces and storefronts into this app where we're trying to aim to be like the Bitcoin Lightning Nostr version of WeChat, where messaging is the base, but you've got all sorts of storefronts in that one kind of nice gateway. So we want all of that to be accessible, which is all made possible through the kind of NIP 6. We're using the keys, bridging that to the crypto and the privacy piece. Don't expect anything privacy, using Arc now, but hopefully a year from now, that'll be a different story. Questions? It's in test flight, and the APK is available. We'll get it up in the Google Play beta thing soon. But yeah, thearcapp.com/beta, and any criticism or bug reports, tweet at us, please. And thank you. Thanks so much.
You got time for one more? Can I ask you a question real quick? Do you think that chat should be in like a social app like Damus, or would it make sense to just keep them separate?
I don't know. It's for you to answer. I think there will be a special. It's cool for apps to specialize. I don't think that everyone should try to do everything. I do appreciate the kind of emphasis from Fiat Joff and others on micro apps, and I think that makes a lot of sense. The angle that we're coming at this from is, okay, you've got 100 micro apps. How does grandma get familiar with that? So we want to make the kind of one glossy gateway that just kind of helps people connect into the broader landscape. So the chat plus commerce is kind of the angle we're coming at it from. But you could maybe throw a tab somewhere in Damus for like, here's the channels that you're in, or here's the chat messages that your friends are saying, and then pop into that channel. Whether you put that in or you link out, I mean, we can get creative with it.
How do you guys feel about
sort of just having easy links that are more integrated into the protocol between the different applications of the protocol, right?
I think one of the single greatest competitive advantages of Nostr is the interoperability, the easy interoperability. So anything we can do to formalize that and make it easier for people to, for apps to kind of speak the same language, the better. I don't know that all of that or any of that would belong necessarily at the protocol level, but just kind of, kind of formalizing what each app's deep linking scheme is, so you can pop over to DOM, whatever that ends up looking like. Too early to say.
Have you linked to, say, for example, long form kinds out? So let's say I write a post, right, on abla.news, and I have I think it's kind 53, nip 53, and I write my post there, but I can just drop my kind event on a chat room where I'm talking to people. Hey, look at my post, right? But I don't want to do a web run around, right? I don't want to have to go back to DNS. That's kind of like what I'm curious about. It's this kind of like a deeper linking, because it's going to be sharing the same relays. You're already querying the relays anyways. So is this something you looked at?
I don't know how to answer that, aside from my hope is that people that specialize in a use case, be it chat, be it marketplace, be it content discovery, hopefully we can agree on some sort of, I don't know, set of interoperable widgets or something, where if you have an idea for a Nostr client, even if you're not a developer, I want to drag a video here, I want to drag a NIP28 chat box here, add zaps, add lightning, and just have a whole bunch of experimentation. Whatever we can do to make that as easy as possible, I support. Thanks.
Thank you.
I have never heard somebody say nip so many times in a row with a straight face. That alone was impressive. Not exactly sure who we have next, actually. Are you hopping up? Okay. Come on. How should I introduce you? Oh, you're current. Sorry?
Current.io. Yeah.
Current.io? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna introduce. All right. So next in the client talk, we are going to be talking about current.io. I'm just going to hand this right over to these guys. Just jump right in. Give them a warm welcome, please.
I'm definitely a walker. Thanks, Walker. Appreciate everybody. Again, thanks for the organizers and everyone for putting everything on. We're super excited to be here. I'll let my co-founder Arun here is getting set up. So we have a client called Current. It's at getcurrent.io. It's currently live on both the Play and the Apple App Store. We've been thinking about decentralized social media for a couple years. Originally, we were building a project on Lightning, and with the emergence of Nostr, it became very clear that that was the data lake that was going to be the most democratized as far as how we're going to provide windows into this. And I think, as we've seen so far, there's a lot of emerging ways, whether it's chat or a Twitter-like interface. And we have a little bit of a different view on it, but we're excited to kind of take you guys through it today. We have a bit of a more media-centric view to the app, and kind of reflected in our founding team, myself and Arun. Ega, who's very active in the German Bitcoiner space, but wasn't able to make it over for the trip, and then Marissa, who's been with us from the beginning, helping on design as well. Good?
Let's get better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to go ahead and advance us there? Yeah. So kind of a short story is, we originally kind of launched a social media site called Starbacker. It had an integrated Lightning wallet, decentralized auth to log in. We were, almost in the proto-Zap days. You could go on and have one-click value transfer on the site. Nostr emerged. It was like, okay, it's super hard to build a two-sided marketplace. This is great, because we really are focused on the window and how do we onboard, get to that million or 10 million, 100 million users. And that's kind of what we built the thesis of our design around. And so we went live last month in both stores. We've got a pretty active Telegram group telling us what's wrong every day, which we deeply appreciate. And yeah, we're continuing to move forward. And I think the way we kind of think about this is we have three main focuses. We look at users, what's the easiest and most approachable way for them to get on board with Nostr. We look at developers, what's the best way to incentivize developers and or provide tooling or infrastructure for them to build more stuff. And then content creators, I think we really have seen a need to kind of re-unlock that middle class of content creator to be able to derive value from the content you're creating. So what kind of tools can we build for them? Thinking about Zaps and Nostr and all of that opportunity it provides us. We're going to start, I want to start the talk with talking about users a little bit. And I think Derek hit this pin on the head pretty hard last month when he was saying, how are you purple pilling your family? Like, what are you doing? And so, we were kind of working on this simultaneously, but this really kind of crystallized it for us, is we need to do something fast, it needs to be easy, and it needs to be intuitive. And we put a challenge on ourselves a little bit to, can you get from app to Zap in 60 seconds? That's what we want our onboarding experience to be. And so we're gonna show you a video right now, and this is just opening up a fresh install on the app and what it looks like to get signed in and registered and make your first post and receive your first Zap in 60 seconds. Do you want to?
All right, I'm going to run through the 60 seconds. Think of anyone who has no clue on an IP or Lightning address, they don't have Lightning wallet. This is our family members, our friends and family that we want them to be on Nostr, right? So I'm going to play this video.
And you're on. So obviously there are a lot of different opinions in the community on how we treat different pieces of this. So I want to make sure Arun's going to kind of walk through exactly what's happening here in each of these steps to kind of get everybody to understand a little bit better on some of the design decisions we took here with an eye towards onboarding.
Yeah. So when you start, you can start fresh. Like if someone has no keys on Nostr and they want to create new, they can start fresh. Or if you're already on a different Nostr client that you can bring your keys, you can do that as well. But let's look at someone who has no clue on keys. We give them the seed words. So this is one of the NIP that allows you to derive the Nostr private key and public key from seed words. So, and this is much more familiar with people who use Bitcoin and other crypto in the past. So again, you don't have to write it down. You don't have to repeat it again. You just simply, we create it for you, and then you just hit next. Then we have them create an ID, and this ID will be common for both the NIP for the verification, as well as this is their Lightning address. So again, we don't give those information to confuse them. Hey, just pick a username, which is typically what you do with any other client. And then we also have different subdomains that you can pick to. Later, we're planning to add some paid subdomains as well. So you can, I want to kind of set it up as a tip account, so I can do current.tips, or I like current.ninja, I can pick that. And then once you pick that, that's pretty much it. Then you get to create the profile. You can either pick your own photo from your photo library, or you can pick the default one that we randomly show. And once you do that, we create the keys. The keys are only stored on the app, so it is on your client. We don't have access to that, or no one else have access to that. And then when you go to the home screen, we give you a set of actions that you need to perform. For example, here, publish your first post, top up your wallet, verify your account on Nostr, verify your account on Twitter. And right away we pop up the search for your followers, because many feedback that we got was, great, I created my Nostr account, now how do I find people? Right, then you have to go to another client to do it. Rather, here, either you can put your own Twitter ID, or you can even try to put another person's Twitter ID, and then right away it's going to pull all the people that are in your network, and just with one click, you just say follow all pub keys, and then right away we attach all of them. So that's one of the reasons why when you come back to your home screen, you have already a list of events that are published by your followers. You're already there. And then, as I said, like you can just hit the publish my first post. We even pre-populate with the just setting up the Nostr account, and then you just hit send. You're done. And because you use the current hashtag, we auto zap the first time for 21 sats, and that's why you're kind of like getting the 21 sats onto your account. So this is, we want to make it as easy as possible for anyone who has no idea of Lightning address, Nostr, NIP, to receive the zap. Now, once you have the 21 sats, now you go zap that to someone else. Let me show you the one-click zap. So this is the live app. If you want to zap it, you just click once, and then boom, it's zapped. You can pre-populate. If you go to the settings, you can pre-populate the amount of default zap, because typically you would do the same amount as zap. So you can do 21, or you can do 210, 1,000, whatever you want. And then you also say no confirmation, and you can put the zap comment. So you want to make it as easy as possible for anyone to just go here, oh, hi, I like this post. Let me hit the zap, done. I keep move on to the other one.
This is highly addicting, I'm warning you. I think everyone's seen that with Damas as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's great, Arun, thanks. So at its core, okay, we've got all these new users that are new to Nostr, but they're able to kind of pull their Twitter friends over and see who's on there. And so now they're operating. What do we do for creators now to help them reach those audiences that they have? And so we think about the creators and trying to provide them more monetization options, more microservices, an easy to use UX, and like tooling for expert mode. As the relay landscape develops, I think there's going to be a lot of nuance there that creators may need, but general consumers may not. Our first microservice that we're actually launching here is, so Plebi is a take on Giphy. So currently, Current has the Giphy GIF library integrated. You can add a Giphy to your post. And we built that integration. We realized there's a way cooler way to do this. So any post on Nostr that uses hashtag Plebi will immediately be pulled into the Plebi GIF library, which is open API, can be implemented by any client. And when you post a GIF from the Plebi library, you are asked if you want to tip the creator of that GIF. And so back to what we were talking about this morning, where how do you give the creators of the content the ability to revenue that content as it spreads across the internet? We think these kinds of microservices are going to be a really interesting way to do that. And so we're, this is launching today. It works now. You can start posting GIFs and hashtag them with Plebi, and you can use the Plebi library. It integrates very similar framework to how Giphy integrates, I believe, but that's more Arun's take.
Yeah, so when we looked at the Giphy, which is available on all the major social media platforms, right? It takes about 30 days for anyone to even get to their library. You have to go through the approval process, or registration approval, and then you have to have a set of GIFs that you need to post. That needs to be approved, and then you kind of get in. Whereas, as Joe explained, it's just one shot. Like you can use any client, just put the hashtag Plebi, and then we pull that in, and then we are able to get it into our library. And then what we want to do is we want to kind of like integrate to Damas or any other client because it's just an open API. And then the API also has from which post the GIF came in so that the zaps can directly go to the creator.
Well put, Arun. Yeah, so very excited about that. That's launching. That's out. So start your put your shit posts up there and make a couple sats on them as they echo across the Nostrica. And then I think finally we were going to touch on developers a little bit, and Arun, I'm going to hand this over to you to kind of talk more deeply about how we're thinking about that.
Yeah. So obviously our focus is on the normal novice users who are coming on board. So we deliberately made several design decisions so that we can manage the relays automatically for them. We can have our own integrated wallet so that they don't have to link it to an external wallet, have our own storage. But that's kind of like the base mode. Once we are done with the base mode in probably a couple of weeks, we will go into the expert mode, which is start to open up these so that people here, developers can also start to use it, where they can bring in their own set of relays, their own external wallet to link to, and then also you can use a storage provider like Nostr Build and others to do it. So the whole idea here is to start expanding or opening up the app so that the base version will work for any users, but then if you want more control, you have the options to do that. And moving on to that is the third community that we are focused on is the developer community. Micro apps is one of the key theme here to kind of build use case specific thing and then bring it on to Nostr. One thing that what we have done is we have the app on the App Store and the Google Play Store as well. And what we wanted to do is we want to kind of like start to open up the extensions where the micro apps can live inside those extensions inside the current app so that they can provide that service, and if there is any sats flowing back, and it'll automatically flow back to the developers. There are several use cases that can be done with this, such as having, like you can build a polling, think of like iMessage extensions, right? So which we are familiar with, where in the Apple App Store, you can just pick the iMessage apps and have some certain use cases. Now combine that with the Lightning payments, now you open up a whole set of new use cases that can exist as part of it, because you have a user with an integrated wallet who have sats to spend or receive. Now you push these use cases, specific ones that they can then start to use directly. And then again, here what we want to do is we want to kind of like support that developer community. We want to be working with them, and some of the issues that the developers face today going to an Apple App Store or a Google Play Store is, oh, you have to have this transaction fee, or you cannot do this, or you have to do this. Or in some cases, if the extensions work, then they come up and they say, oh, we will replace it and we will have a native one for you. Whereas what we are doing is we won't compete with the developer community. We want to be working with them, and then they're free to do whatever they want in terms of transaction fee, in terms of what they want to kind of like do to bring in the service to both creators as well as users.
Yeah, so lots going on at Current these days. We're quite busy, but we'll pause there for some questions, or if anybody wants to give us constructive feedback, also welcome, as always. So pause there.
Yes.
Awesome, guys. I'm excited to do the plebby into art soon. What have you liked and not liked, or challenges building with React Native?
Yeah,
Arun.
We can chat on it all day or all night. And my co-founder, Egger, he has nightmares every day building on React Native. It's positive and negative, right? Like, we went through this initial cycle to see what is the fastest way to get to both the app stores or the Google Play as well as the App Store, and this is one of the faster way. There are many built-in features that we were able to use it quickly, but then we were also limited to, and especially we are using, when you're doing the relays, it's very hard and we are hitting with some limitations. That's one of the performance issues that we are facing. But we are positive that we can still have the React Native as the front end, and then if there's anything that we can build as native to kind of like link it to, so that in the end, user doesn't care about what platform you build, they want that experience, and we were able to give that on both the platforms, then we have a good app. So it's been a good experience so far, but it's also very difficult to navigate through. Thank you.
Anyone?
I want to shout out to Will on Damos, because he went through the App Store for a month, and one good thing he did was he used to post the entire App Store messages back to, hey, this is what I got rejected, this is what I got rejected. And for us, it was a godsend, because we were like, oh, okay, let's try to fix this even before going, and we had to do that. And then one of our recommendation was like, oh, you have to write like a 50-page document to kind of like explain every single thing, and we did that, and gladly we were able to go through the first run. We were able to get it approved. So thanks to Will.
Okay, so obviously when you're a developer and you're building something on a new platform like this, the challenge you're going to run into is getting the message out there about the new thing that you've built. So my question basically is, if I am a developer, and if I was going to build something for this platform, what would be available in terms of the marketing channels that you would have available in order to allow it to get to its maximum possible distributed state?
Yes, absolutely. So right now we are just a team of 5 people, and we are kind of like building out that. So, but the idea is to kind of like build out those marketing channels. And one of the things that we were able to do that is, since we had Starbacker for a year and a half, we had like thousands of users there, and we were able to migrate them back here. And we also have a good presence on other social media with that. So we are able to use that right away to start to pull people, get the message out. So you don't have to do it. You're just building the extension. You're just building it on it, and then we will take care of all that to push it out to the users.
I think to add on that just a little bit, Arun, I think too, this is where Nostr is so unique as a network, where anything, if it's, the idea is these microservices are basically interoperable across, Will or Chris or Arun or any of these guys. And so it's self-referential marketing a little bit. And so if we're the best tooling to put GIFs on, use us for that. And if the best tweet interface is Damus, use it for that. And so I think that is also maybe an underappreciated flywheel that we're seeing kind of begin to come through, where even if your app is maybe only 8% of the users on a daily basis, your creator tools and your content is still being pushed to 100% of the users on Nostr. So I think there's we'll see a lot of that kind of coming through in the next 6 months or so.
Hey, so Plebby, hashtag Plebby, to upload a GIF, right? And I saw a search box. So what are you doing to tag other, are you just doing other hashtags, and that's what will be tagged on that Plebby GIF?
Yes. So what we are trying to do is, or what we are doing in the back end is, the moment there is an event posted with the hashtag Plebby, we take that, we run it through an image transformation API like Google Vision to first make sure that it's not the content is good and everything, and we also can label the content. So if it is like if the GIF is with Bitcoin and others, so we were able to label it, and those labels will be the hashtags that you can search here, and we have these both together, both the Plebby as well as the Giphy, so that even in some cases they may not be Plebby, but then you have the Giphy ones that will start to show up. And then slowly we will want to also add on custom labels that the creators can put. So have that ability to, so that they can tag in saying, these are some of the keywords that can be searched, and use that to do the search.
Got time for one more if anyone's got one.
Yeah.
What about people who may take someone else's Plebby and put it on theirs and upload it? So then they might be the first one they see. You get what I'm saying? Because believe me, people still memes all day long.
Yeah. So the one thing that you can, with the Nostr, when you post an event, it gets tagged with the time, and with that, we will know who the first one who got posted, and of course if someone is posting on other social media platform and then they're taking it, we will have a report button to kind of like report it out. So what we have seen is, yes, there will be bad actors, but then when we design, the world is still with more good people, so we design for them, and we will weed out these bad actors, and they will go away over time.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you,
we
everyone.
appreciated the time.
I have already used the hashtag during the course of that presentation, so it wasn't a GIF or a GIF, but it was a meme. So I threw it in there just in case. Excellent. So next we have Arthur. He's going to be walking us through a desktop client demo. It won't be a demo. False alarm. But all right. You need a couple minutes, perhaps. We'll give him a couple minutes. What do you guys want to talk about until then? Is Bitcoin going to $1 million? Nostr doesn't care, would be my response to that. But I think Balaji definitely cares, so that'll be interesting. But isn't it kind of nice, like we're just out here in the beauty of nature, talking about yet another open protocol built by an anonymous or pseudonymous developer, and that just one little seed that was planted brought us all here today, and that's pretty cool, regardless of what Bitcoin's price is doing. I have not checked it recently, so I think it's still running, so that's good. Tell us about your shirt. Oh, all right. Well, I'm sure you guys have seen the Nostrica image being used quite a lot, and various derivations of it that have been made that are equally beautiful. It started because JB55 Will had a chatbot, GPT-3 chatbot on Damus. And as soon as I saw that there was this chatbot, my first question was, okay, write me a joke about Nostr. And it responded with, what do you call a nosy ostrich? A nostrich, which is like a typical AI joke, like it's really not that funny. But I loved the idea of a nostrich and just having a visual identity. Whoop.
Not right underneath the speaker, please.
Sorry, X-Frog. Can we get a round of applause for the stage crew, for the whole AV crew, for X-Frog, for everybody in the back? It is not easy doing this work when you're in a cool, air-conditioned conference hall, and it's certainly not easy doing it out here in the heat, so thank you guys. Yeah, but that's how the Nostrich was born. Made this thing in Mid-Journey. Will proposed it as the unofficial mascot. Jack tweeted it out, and the rest, as they say, is history. And now we're all here. All right, you ready to rock and roll? All right, please give Arthur a warm welcome.
Yeah, so I'm Arthur, or Asa, which is how many Japanese tend to pronounce my name, and which is a name I use on Nostr. I want to talk a little bit about Nostrica, a desktop client written in Clojure. But first, a couple of words about myself. I've been a professional software developer for more than 35 years. Lisp has been my favorite programming language since I first got to play with it about 40 years ago. Of course, I've used many other programming languages too, but my focus in the last 2 decades has mostly been Common Lisp, and more recently also Clojure. I discovered Nostr in August of last year And I immediately recognized that it could be a very big deal, and I wanted to be a part of it. So I started writing an experimental Nostr web client in my spare time to get a feeling for what's involved. And then I saw Fiatjev's bounty for making Nostr Disk, the Clojure desktop app, great again. This felt like a great match. I like programming Clojure, and I also felt there was still room to do some interesting stuff with desktop clients. I felt less sure about web clients because so many others were already doing good work there. So 6 weeks ago, I started talking with Fiatjev and with Aaron Dixon, the author of Nostradisk. Aaron had written Nostradisk in 2022. The first GitHub commit is from February 22. But he just didn't have the time anymore to work on it. We decided that I would fork the project and give it a new name too. Initially, we used Monster as the new name. But when Fiatjev gave a bit of publicity to Monster, we discovered that somebody else had already been using that name and had registered a domain related to it. So we renamed the project again. Now it's called Nuestro, basically the Spanish way of saying Nostr. And I hope we won't need to rename it again. When I started working on it, the program looked like this. At this point, Aaron had already implemented switching between identities, or accounts as it's usually called now. You could just click on one of the identities in the left-hand column and you would see the text notes that were relevant for the identity you just selected. Oh, sorry. There we are. No logging out, entering new keys, waiting for everything to reload, etc. Behind the screen, there are separate text note lists for each identity, and when new events come in, they are dispatched to all relevant lists. So switching between identities is pretty fast. Aaron wanted to focus on being able to analyze and compare different relays. And I think Fiatjev agreed with that. So one of the first things I implemented was the ability to see the text notes from different relays in columns next to each other. Here's what that looked like in the beginning. And after some cleaning up, and minimizing the identity selector and trying it out on a big screen, we got this. Let's see, Fiatjev liked this picture and posted it on Nostr. This led to a new user, Goodcore, joining our Telegram group. The picture of 6 relay timelines reminded him of TweetDeck. I don't really know TweetDeck, so he showed me how he used it. If I understand it correctly, the basic idea is to have many columns and to be able to define what kind of content you want to see in each column. This is a screenshot from by Goodcore. So I found this very interesting and decided to start moving more in this direction. But first, I wanted to implement something that most clients do in one way or another, displaying conversation threads. Fortunately, Aaron had implemented some kind of thread view already, but I needed to adapt that to the new column-based framework. And here's what my first attempt looked like. So we have a thread view in the left-hand and the right-hand columns, and the normal flat view in the middle. And here's another picture that shows more clearly that we're using indentation to indicate what is a reply to what. So, opening a thread normally means that you need to fetch all nodes that belong to the thread from either the database or from one or more relays. And one thing I realized when I was working on this is that you normally do not want to restrict those relays to the relay of the current column, because that could mean that you will get lots of missing text nodes that belong to the thread. So for thread views, Nuestro always uses all relays from the user settings. Here's the dialog box where the user can configure the entire set of relays that Nuestro will look at. It also shows the number of nodes in the database for each relay. Nothing fancy. And I believe most clients do something similar. I do think it's something that needs to be improved, though. Just using a more or less fixed set of relays is too simplistic. I believe that gossip, has some interesting ideas about this, but I haven't looked very closely yet. Now that I had a roughly working thread implementation, I could start working on generalizing the idea of showing a different relay in each column. So I added a concept called views. A view defines what you get to see in a column. At the moment, you can choose one or more relays taken from the relays that were entered in the relays dialog, and one of 3 different ways of following authors. Global, meaning don't filter on authors at all, or use the context of the currently active account to decide which authors must be followed, which is basically what Nostr did from the beginning, or follow authors from a specific list. I'll show some examples of different views. First, let's compare 2 relays, offchain.pub and 21.space. These are very simple views, and we just select a single relay and keep the default setting for authors we want to follow. Here's what it looks like for 21.space. For the Aaron account, the resultant columns look like this. As you can see, the 2 relays have some text nodes in common, in particular the one by NVK about butter. But there are also pretty big differences. And here's what it looks like for Fiatjev's account about 10 minutes later. Now, let's look at an example along the lines of TweetTech. In that case, we don't really care about comparing 2 relays. We just want to follow different authors in different columns. At the moment, the only way to follow authors in a view is by clicking on the author of a text node to open their profile tab. Let's take Derek Ross as an example. We see him in some general purpose view and decide we want to add him to our Nostr view. So here you see Derek's profile after we selected the Nostr view. And after doing the same thing for a couple of other authors, our view could look something like this. Here you have the list of authors we want to follow for Nostr. And we can do something similar for Bitcoiners. And here you can see the resulting 2 columns. On the left, we have Nostr authors, and on the right, we have Bitcoiners. You may have noticed that Nostr doesn't show any embedded images or videos. It just shows the link so you can click on it by hand, so to speak. I don't know if this was a deliberate design decision by Aaron or if he just didn't get around to implementing embedded images. Either way, I noticed that I actually don't dislike it this way. You can see more text and the text nodes load and display much faster. But I think it should be a per view setting. For example, it may be a good idea not to show any images if you're using a global view. But for authors with a high signal to noise ratio, you may want to have a view that does show images and videos automatically. There are other options I want to add to views. Like include only nodes that match specific hashtags or search terms. Include nodes where the author is 1 or 2 or 3 steps removed from a list of authors. Include nodes that have been liked or zapped a minimum number of times. Nothing special, probably. I guess that quite a few other clients do the same thing. What makes Nostrica different is that options like this are specific per view, that is to say per column. One other idea that depends on having multiple columns visible, and that may be interesting for the relay comparison use case, is to implement what I would call a syncing diff. Show 2 columns next to each other, mark the differences with a special color or so, and when the user scrolls one column, automatically scroll the other column to keep them in sync. Another idea I'm considering is to implement set operations on views. Make it possible to define a view as the difference between 2 other views, or the union, or the intersection. But first, I want to implement more mundane stuff like text search, horizontal scrolling, so you can have as many columns as you want, Lightning invoices, DMs, notifications, and making the program more stable and reliable. Okay, that's it. If you want to know more about Nostrica, you can reach me on Nostr, join the Nostrica Telegram group, follow the GitHub project or just talk to me. I'll be around for the next couple of days. You have time for questions? Sure, yeah. Anybody? Questions?
Anyone?
You got any plans to go mobile with it?
I mean, it's typically desktop app in the sense that having these multiple columns in parallel, it's not going to work on a mobile. So I think the main special feature about Master is not going to work on mobile. No.
Yeah, excellent.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Going once?
Sure.
What are the pros and cons of closure?
Yeah. Well, for me, the main pro is that I've been programming in Lisp for a long time, so I'm very, very familiar with the entire system. And I took over, of course, a project so the basic infrastructure was already there, and of course, one of the known advantages of using closed is that you have everything from the Java world available to you, and that's, for example, how ARM built the original GUI on top of JavaFX, which works quite nicely for me. And one specific thing, of course, about Clojure, it's almost functional programming, so that means it's, theoretically speaking at least, it's a lot easier to reason about in many cases. So and I mean, it's a Lisp, which means that, for example, you have macros in a way that basically no other language has, like the Lisp family of languages, and it's very flexible. I just love it. Yeah.
Anyone else? One last quick one. All right. Please give him a big round of applause. So next up, do we have Brian and Jean here? Oh, all right. We're just going to keep rolling here with these client talks.
Jean's asleep.
Oh, all right.
Thanks.
Jean is asleep.
Jean is asleep, so you just got me. How do you...
Oh. Should come up for you. And I think you
Do I mirror? Or do I plug in? Oh, okay. There we go.
All right. Give him let's liven it up here. We got a few people left. Let's give a warm welcome to the stage, Brian, and thank you, Jean, for taking a nap as well.
Hi, guys. So our project is Akko and Deck. I think somebody was just talking about a deck, side-by-side columns. Okay. Great. And our approach to this was the same. Like, who is that user who just lived on Twitter? I was one of those users. I loved Twitter. Joined 17 years ago. And I primarily used it on the desktop. And I, like a lot of Twitter users, I was a news junkie. And when we looked at Nostr, we discovered it. It's great. I downloaded Damus. I've been on there. We started thinking about what project what could we add? what could we contribute and where would there be value. And we really thought about a great responsive desktop browser client. So we came up with Aquin. Aquin is my son's middle name. Some of you may have met him already. He's the most social person you'll ever meet in your life, and it's a social application. So we named it Aquin, but it's a desktop application or a browser-based application that allows you to have simultaneous feeds side by side. And we do that by allowing you to do custom search fields. So if we click here, you can search by any keyword, you can restrict by relay, you can sort by media type, and then you will have these columns that show up. It's really hard to do. So if you take a traditional approach where you use the WebSockets to the relays and you open those, that is going to melt your laptop. So it's really not a possibility that we could solve for. And our solution, it may be a little bit unconventional or even controversial, is we built a post office. So Aquin Deck talks to a post office on the back end. That post office fetches all of the notes and delivers all of those notes back to the post office. When we write a note, it also goes out to selected relays and delivers that note. So just like what a post office would do. In every other way, it's compliant with the Nostr protocol. So it's no more susceptible to censorship than an iPhone app, which could also be banned by a government or anybody else. The post service that we built is a Python library that we will release as open source. Anybody can see it. They can build applications on it if they like. In building it this way, it also enabled us to think about ways that we can build mobile apps that take up a lot less bandwidth than the apps that we currently have, which means that there are a lot of people that can't use Nostr just due to the fact that it uses so much bandwidth. I use AT&T back in the States, and I used Nostr on a trip to San Francisco for about 5 days. I wasn't on Wi-Fi, and they notified me and said, you used the most data in the country for the last week, and if you don't stop, we're going to throttle your bandwidth. So we know that that's an issue, maybe less so for those of us who have access to affordable data plans, but it's definitely an issue for people who don't, who live in countries where they just can't do that. So this is the application. I'll walk you through it really quickly. It has all the traditional things that a Nostr app would have, with the addition that you can view them side by side. We also have private list view, so a lot like Twitter has, where you can go in and set up a group of users to follow, and they don't really know that you're following them. It just creates another list view for you that you can apply as one of the columns and as one of the search criteria for that column. The other thing that we've added was, I love Nostr and the community there, but there's a lot of talk about Bitcoin. I've shown my wife and others the app, and they politely nod along it, but they're not going to download the app or use it. So I was thinking about who would be interested in using an app like this if they're not already predisposed to talk about Bitcoin or the protocol itself. It's kind of meta on the app. And I thought about those news junkies who are on Twitter and other people who just like to consume news, right? And so whether you agree with it or you don't, or you like your news from the New York Times or from wherever, how do you get that news? And RSS feeds, and Fiat Joff created a small converter that converts RSS feeds into notes. So we built that in as well so that you can go and discover your RSS feeds or create one, and then quickly create your RSS feed column, apply the same type of search and the same type of criteria that you would as notes, and then we built a viewer into the app as well, and then this will also support NIP28 long-form content so that can be viewed right within the application. So to kind of summarize, we built the app that we wanted to use, and we built the app that we thought, I guess what people would call normie people would want to use, and that there are a lot of people who will probably come to Nostra where censorship resistance and the open protocol and the other things that might interest us is not even a consideration for why they would use the application. They're going to come at it for other reasons, and those factors, it being censorship resistant and open protocol, are going to be nice for a lot of people who need them later. But most people don't get on a boat thinking they need the life vest that day. But if they need it, they like it. And most people don't think that they're the ones who are going to be censored either. So you may not make a choice about using an application for that reason. So we wanted to make it as fast, as performative, as close to an experience as they would already have on social media as we possibly could, even though we probably deviated slightly or quite a bit by building that back-end service that the other services don't have. That's it. It'll launch tomorrow-ish. Probably not the best time to launch a browser-based client when everybody's walking around a conference. But tomorrow we'll send out the link, aquin.io, and people can check it out when they're back at their computer. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, sure. If people have them.
We got time for a couple of questions. Anybody curious?
I'm just curious if you can detail your tech stack and why you made certain choices about, what languages, architectures.
Yeah, it's a Python Django tech stack. I'm not the tech guy. He's asleep because he's been trying to do that. I'm more of a product person. We have a team. I own a small software company. It's based in Serbia. We have 30 people. And on this project, we have about 5 people working on it. So I don't know if they're watching, but thank you to them. He can answer a lot more details about it. And he'll be here maybe tomorrow when he's awake. But for one thing, we had a lot of Python engineers, so that was one choice.
Hey, excuse my voice. What type of monetization or some type of sustainability are you looking at moving forward?
Yeah, that's a really good question because we're spending money, obviously developing this application, and we were thinking about ways like who would pay for something. We see two routes. One is that we offer some really premium services as part of the client. There's already a monetized ecosystem of RSS feeders, as just a good example. They charge based on how complex and how many searches you do and what you save and so on. A lot of those used to work with Twitter, and then Elon shut it off. So they no longer have a social aspect to a lot of those readers. There's one area was what kind of premium services and feeds could we build into the app. We think ultimately that there's a day where it's not new, but buying micro content, being able to pay for it with a Zap. So if you look at an article for the Arizona Republic, it comes up now with a gateway and says, do you want to subscribe? And no, I don't want to subscribe to the Arizona Republic. I wanted to read that one article. They won't sell it to you. And with Zaps, you could. You could say like, oh, that's worth 5 cents or 10 cents, and you don't have to go through a gateway. We think there's something there. For us, we believe that we'll create tools for creators, that ultimately that businesses or other publishers or other people that want to publish on an open protocol, syndicate their content, that we have some background in building those enterprise applications, and that's an area for us to monetize. But who knows?
You mentioned bandwidth requirements, data bandwidth. Is that a problem that you managed to solve as well?
Well, we did using this post office service in the back end. So our application talks to the back end. That back end talks to the relays. So we do some caching as well. So if we already have the note that you're looking for and we've seen it before, then we're going to keep it for you until your session ends or you log out, and we'll get rid of it. But otherwise, as long as you're logged in, we'll keep all of that locally, so we don't have to keep going back and forth.
So this is like an intermediary service that sits in between the clients and the relays.
Exactly.
Got time for one more question? Yep.
Okay. Man, I'm gonna try this again. So, your back-end post office, does it talk to the individual users' relays, or do you have a specific set of relays that the post office would talk to?
We do both. So we do read your relay list, and if we see a relay that we have not spoken to, we'll go out and get the data from there. In addition to that, we'll look at a note, follow any clues that are on that note about who might be part of that conversation, and if there's anything missing there, we'll go and fetch that as well to bring it all in. We're trying to close that issue where you read something and then it's a response to something you don't have access to. Like you can't see it. And by going out and finding everything that we think that our users need, then we can be more responsive. And when it comes to writing, then we respect whatever choices the user has about where that gets written on the relays.
Anyone else real quick? All right. Let's have a big round of applause. It looks like you guys are building some awesome stuff.
Thank you.
And I hope your partner gets the sleep that he needs as well. All right. Do we have the Plebster guy? Oh, almost. You guys are here? All right. Awesome. So next we've got a discussion of a journey from Twitter to Nostr by the Plebster dudes. Did not actually see your names in the spreadsheet, so I do apologize. But yeah, you guys need a couple minutes here, get set up? Yep. All right, sweet. Until then, guys, we'll just be hanging out. Have folks checked out both stages so far yet, too? I know for someone like myself, I'm less technical, although I run a software company, but I am certainly not a skilled developer by any stretch of the imagination. But they do have the workshop stage over there as well, which is covering things, getting more technical on some, but also doing some more high-level talks as well. And these will both be running all 3 days. Also, I'll make this announcement another time, but tonight at around 5 p.m., everyone's going down to Playa Hermosa to watch the sunset, and then I believe at 7:30, there is some sort of dancing event. Let me double-check the details for you on that, but either way, it should be a good time. Sweet. Ecstatic Dance Church. Okay, so if you guys remember where you registered, that'll be at 7:30 tonight. We'll be down at the Playa Hermosa watching the sunset before that, so I think people will just be moving back and forth. And there's also drinks and that's at what time? Both days? 5? Okay, awesome. So that is, let's see, that is still here at Awake Cuvita, so awesome. Oh, there's a lot of stuff going on. With that, I'll hand it over to the Plebster team, or just team of one for today. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I hope you are having a good day today. And my presentation is about, or maybe is not. Cable. Yeah? Okay. Nice. So my presentation is about our app Plebster and our journey from initially Twitter client with Bitcoin and Lightning integration, and then pivoting to Nostr client. It all started in 2019, 2020 with my YouTube channel. I had a YouTube channel focusing on Bitcoin, nearly 40,000 subscribers. It's in Czech, so you wouldn't probably understand it. But that's how I got into Bitcoin and how I got into the creator economy. And I source a lot, well, I source a lot of information from Twitter. And I also learned about Lightning and started using Lightning a lot. And I really love it. And I came up with an idea how to integrate Lightning into the apps and make them more interesting. So that's how, well. A little surprise, maybe. Yeah. That's how we came up with the idea of Twitter and Bitcoin together. So we established a team of me, 3 developers, 1 designer, and our amazing advisors and investors. One of them is Marek Palatinus, aka Slash, the founder of First Hardware Wallet Trezor and First Mining Pool /Pool. And I would probably try the second port because I don't know what is happening. I'm mirroring. Yeah. Well, we'll see. So that's how the Tweetoshi app came alive. It's a Twitter client where you log in with your Twitter account, you see your timeline, your DMs, you can post tweets, normal stuff, but there are also the additional Bitcoin features. So one of them is integrated Lightning wallet. I don't know what's happening. So we have an integrated Lightning Network wallet, which is connected to your Twitter account, so you don't have to set it up or anything else. Basically, you just log into the Tweetoshi app and you get your wallet right away. You can deposit and withdraw anytime via Lightning. Then we also integrated Zapping in 2021. It's basically the same as Zapping in Nostr, but we had it in Tweetoshi before, and we call it Zapping as a sets. So yeah, you can tip anyone. There is a lightning button to every tweet, and you can, well, you can send sats to the author of the tweet. Yeah. Okay, we will see. Then we also have Bitcoin rewards. So basically you can get sets every day for just using the app. We integrated our own ads into the app, so it's basically like Twitter. There are some ads, less than in a Twitter, and you get Bitcoin for basically seeing them. So we compensate you for that, and it's a way to get users into Bitcoin without them needing to buy Bitcoin, get Bitcoin from some friend or whatever. So you're just using Twitter as you would normally do in Twitoshi, and you get sets for doing so. Then you can withdraw them or tip someone else, whatever. And so, as you can imagine, this really was exciting for our community. We built it primarily, firstly, for Czech and Slovak community because we are from Czech Republic. And we got above 10,000 users, and it was really great, and we were preparing for a global expansion to basically show this to every Bitcoiner in the world. And we thought that Twitter was really the best option where to integrate Lightning, and we thought that Twitter is the future of social media. Jack Dorsey was there back then, and they were really opening again to developers, at least it seems like. But then Elon Musk came along, he bought Twitter, and things started to change. We still back then hoped that Twitter will be the future, and then we can kind of help them show the right way, show how the Lightning works and how powerful it is. But unfortunately, Elon Musk thinks something else, so he is just now shutting down the Twitter API. And I don't know if it's a coincidence or fate or anything else, but at the same time, when Twitter is going really downhill, there is a new open, decentralized protocol which can replace it. So we took a look at Nostr, and at first I was skeptical. I used Mastodon, but I don't really like Mastodon and how it tried to be decentralized. But then when you really got into how Nostr works, you, and especially me, I was convinced that this could work and this could be the future. So we pivoted and we switched from Twitter and from our Twitoshi app to Nostr, and we started building our Plebster app. And it was sad from the Twitoshi side. We built that in more than a year, and we had a great community, but we also see the potential in Plebster, which is much bigger because we will not be just a plugin or alternative to the main Twitter app. We can build much more interesting things, and we will not be stopped by some API. So we started building Plebster, and we released our first public beta within 6 weeks. So right now, Plebster is available on iOS and Android, and it will be available as a desktop browser app as well. And so our main goal is to make it really pleb-friendly, user-friendly. So we focus heavily on design and UX in general. It should be clean, intuitive. That's what we are trying to do. We feel like there are a lot of technical people in Nostr already, but in order to take or to bring more average users into Nostr, we have to be more user-friendly. We are multi-platform, as I said. We are on iOS, Android, and we will be soon on web as well. And the Plebster app itself is not all we want to do in a Nostr ecosystem. So one thing we want to do is to try experiment with some community relays. We have, of course, our own Plebster relay, but we have a really strong Czech and Slovak community. So we would like to try do some community relays, which would be specifically targeted for a group of users interested in some topic or from some location or something like that. So to try to make it, just try to do the relays more specifically targeted to different users and not just have hundreds of relays getting all the stuff and publishing all the same stuff. Then what we also want to do is to introduce a mobile event signer for Nostr. So there is already extension for web like GetAlbi and others where you can put your private key. And and then you don't have to trust the applications. We think we found a way to do the same thing on iOS and Android. So we want to make a really simple mobile app where you will be able to put your private key, and then this app will then sign all the events for other apps like Deimos, Plebster, Amethyst, and so on. So you don't have to trust the other apps. It would be easier for the user from the UX perspective because they would put the private key in just one place and then just click, yeah, I want to give access to the Deimos and so on and so on. It would be better for security, and we hope it would be universal for all the apps. So later on, you will just maybe use this open source small signer and then sign all the events on the other clients with the signer. And yeah, the summary of our goal for Nostr is to introduce people to Bitcoin, introduce people to Plebster or Nostr in general, and let them use these services in the simplest way possible with clean and intuitive UI and UX, where then they can use the free money and free social media to do whatever they want without anyone deciding on their behalf. So that's me in this white Plebster t-shirt, and there is also Martin, our developer in blue Plebster t-shirt. We will be around here the whole time, so if you want to come to us, talk to us, ask us questions, whatever, we will be there, and we would love to talk with you. Thank you.
Yeah. We've got time for some questions. Does anybody have them? You got to save that voice, brother.
Your event signer, will it use or does it use NIP26 for delegation?
Yeah, I really hope Dominic would be here, our CTO. So it's an early stages of like thinking about it and designing it. Especially the iOS part is really hard. And I don't want to like not be correct here, so I will leave this open because Dominic would know better than me.
That's fine. Thank you.
Anybody else? Questions? I think we can all appreciate Elon shooting himself in the foot
Yeah.
with closing off the APIs. I think Twitter will just eventually become a Nostr client anyway, like at a certain point.
We'll see.
Yeah. Any other questions? All right. Let's have a round of applause for Plebster,
Thank
who
you.
were the first true Zap implementers, really.
Well,
Or
probably.
Yeah. All right. Or satting, you said.
Yeah.
Okay, close enough. So we're going to have here a little, I think, double check, I think we've got a little break coming. One sec, guys. And then there's also going to be a clients, general Nostr clients panel at 3. But let me just double check. Yeah, all right. We've got about a 15, 20-minute break here. So if you guys want to grab some water, refresh a little bit, and then we'll see you back here at 3. Thanks so much.
and the number 13 were all I had. Who the people around me were, what they wanted, or what they were trying to do, I had no idea.
Hey everybody, we're going to get started here in like 5 to 7 minutes, just to give some folks a chance to trickle in, and it'll be the Nostr client panel, so we'll hear from a number of folks who you just heard from Will as well, and should be a great discussion. Thank you. We're going to get started here in another 3 minutes. Noster client discussion. Don't miss it. And if you're outside and hearing this, wondering, should I come in and listen? The answer is yes. Please come in. Okay, everybody, we are going to get started here in just a moment. Also, are we still, just to the AV crew, are we still good with this extra chair added, or do I need to shift all of this over just a little bit? It's okay? All right. All right, everybody, welcome back again. So we're going to continue the afternoon with a discussion, a panel, I should say, around Noster clients. You heard from a number of folks today, this afternoon and this morning. We're going to bring a few of them back up who are working on perhaps some of the most popular Noster clients right now. And this is the beautiful thing about Noster, right? Is that you have a true free marketplace of choice, where if you don't like what one client is doing, you can just move your keys right over to another one. And that's a really powerful thing. I think it drives great competition and people really trying to build the best solutions that they possibly can. So with that, I'd like to welcome up our 4 panelists to the stage. We've got Chris, Will, Marty, Kieran. Come on up. And let's give them a big round of applause. You guys all use their clients like every day. Okay. Hold it down.
Testing. There we go.
We're good to go. So it's awesome to be. Oh, we got a little bit of feedback. Is it me? Good. Better. So it's awesome to be up here on stage with you guys because I have played around with quite a few Nostr clients now at this point. I think as everyone has, probably sitting in this audience, and I've liked various things about each of the clients that you guys are working on. But I'd love if we could maybe just start it off, go down the line. We can start with Will, and maybe just kind of give the quick intro of what it is that you are building with your client. What is kind of your main focus right now? Like, what's the big problem that you are personally working on with your client? And we'll start off with that.
Hello. Yes. Hi. I wrote the Damus client. It was the first mobile client, I think. So that was a big deal, and it brought a lot more people onto the platform, and that's exciting. One of the things that I'm working on right now is I'm actually not working on anything right now because I'm here, but other than that, image uploads was a big one. I really want to add more caching because right now profiles don't load very efficiently because currently I don't cache anything. So sometimes things just don't load, and that's not good. So yeah, my main focus has always been on just making it fast and reliable, just the core functionality. That's always been the priority. So I'm going to keep working at that soon.
Hey, I'm Kieran. I'm building Snort, and I guess the reason I built the client was to kind of make a faster web client. I wasn't really that impressed with the clients that existed at the time, mainly Enigma maybe. But the goal of Snort is to be fast, which it isn't right now, unfortunately. But I'm working on it, so that's what I'm working on right now. I'm trying to make it faster. I'm trying to implement the Mike Dillinger's gossip kind of protocol approach, which I think is like the obvious approach that I thought about when I kind of originally started the project. So it's kind of just coming around to it at this time. So that's kind of what I'm working on right now. So.
Hey folks, I'm Chris from ARC, building a chat client intending to kind of replace Telegram, and hopefully next year's Nostrica will be organized on ARC, not Telegram. But yeah, implementing NIP28 public chat. I went through a phase where I was starting to add some social features because it was kind of lonely. There's a lot more activity on the kind one side than NIP28 side, yet there's some people chatting. But decided to just carve that out and focus entirely just on nailing the chat use case. And what's next now is adding chat zaps. I want people to be able to send exact same as social posts, but in the context of Telegram style chat channels.
All right, I'm Martti. I'm developing Iris. It's a web client, but I also have a wrapped mobile app and recently desktop app as well. Mobile apps are just like plain wrappers that load from the Iris2 URL. But desktop app is actually on Tauri, so it's like self-hosted basically. Right now, yeah, I want to make it faster and more reliable as well. That's the main thing. I also want to do like local storage. You can store many gigabytes of stuff in the browser storage actually, and it doesn't make sense to query all that stuff again if you already have it. And it also helps if we are going into the peer-to-peer direction where the clients could request content from each other directly over WebRTC or whatever.
Awesome. Well, thanks for the introductions, guys. I think maybe a good place to start, because you were talking about storing a whole lot of data, and while that is getting cheaper and cheaper, what you guys do on a day-to-day basis, the work that you do, much of it is solo, some of it with other open source contributors, but you guys are working really, really hard on your clients. You're putting in a lot of hours. Will, I remember seeing your note where you were like, well, I guess my startup is firing me now because I've been spending too much time working on Nostr, which was awful, but also, I mean, clearly very great for Nostr. But we have obviously this this kind of change in mentality when it comes to value for value that Nostr enables. That being said, that's putting a lot of, I guess, trust and faith in the community of people that you're building for to be able to sustain you in terms of being able to just keep the lights on, pay the bills, you know, take care of your family. That gets difficult. So I'd be curious to start out, and Will, we can start with you just because you had that. I mean, I still remember that note that you sent out there. Just kind of where do you stand on, you know, okay, do you go the VC funding route? Do you go from individual contributors? Do you keep it purely value for value? Do you go on a subscription basis? What are you kind of leaning towards? Because I know you're all also getting approached by, you're probably getting approached here at this conference by different investors. They want a piece of what you're building. Are you inclined to give it to them? Are you inclined to keep things closer to the chest and keep it just more of the open source ethos and value for value? Where are your heads at with that?
Yeah, I mean, as much as I love this idea of, you know, people who are using the app, value for value, supporting the developers, in reality, it's simply just like, it's almost like never enough, right? Like, we're just trying to keep the lights on, like you said. So I wish, you know, I wish that model would work for, like, and have it sustainable, but it just doesn't seem like that until we hit a larger critical mass of users who are using Zaps day to day. So I think the VC route is fine. It's, you know, it's the last resort. That's the way that I look at it. It's like, if I run out of money and I have no other option, like, the choice is I either raise funds or I stop working on it. And, you know, I love this project and I want to work on it, keep working on it. So if I have to do that, I will do it. But I've actually been getting a lot of support from, you know, people like the Human Rights Foundation. Jack's been very supportive, and I've been, you know, riding off that for a while. And like, I hope I can keep riding off that and maybe looking into subscriptions to help as well. So just trying to do as much as possible without having to go to VCs has been my focus. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably have the same opinion. I probably wouldn't go down the VC route unless I really needed to. Like right now, I'm kind of just living off those donations, you know, like from the NIP5 service, and maybe we can do some kind of subscription model with the relay. You know, I run a pretty big relay, and I would hate to see it like just die out, you know, when I've invested so much time into the relay, actually, maybe even equally into the relay, into running it and maintaining it, and maybe I can use that as kind of a source of funding for the project, is to charge for the relay.
I've seen multiple occasions of developers get excited about Nostr, build a great client, build a great back-end service, lean into it really hard for a few months, burn out, be unable to sustain themselves, get a job somewhere else, and they abandon the project. And even if a client developer like us, let's just say our user base were to 10x or 100x, that would probably help. If just on tips, that could be sustainable, but that does not necessarily help hire people, do the things of, you know, building up an actual business. So I do think that the Nostr space has been undercapitalized. It's a solvable problem. There are a number of Bitcoin VCs who I would describe as high integrity, some of which are here at this conference. So I think it just, you know, we're early. We got to figure out what any kind of investment looks like, given the unique characteristics of Nostr, where we're building kind of one shared user base. Most of the apps are open source. There's some unique considerations, but in my experience, working with the Wolf people so far, which has been amazing, they're open-minded to all that, and they specifically want to help more Nostr builders. So it can be done. I think it should be done.
Yeah, well, my stance is the same as Will and Kieran. So I want to do, I will take VC money if I have to, but I want to do what's best for Iris, what's best for Nostr. Yeah.
Well said. I mean, it's a slippery slope, right? And I think I speak for everyone in the room and who's watching on this live stream when I say we appreciate, the users appreciate what you guys are building, because it has brought like just truly so much joy to so many people. People are really having fun on Nostr in this completely novel way. And there is value flowing around the ecosystem, but obviously it's not always enough to, to keep the lights on. But it is an interesting kind of situation where you have this open protocol. A rising tide truly lifts all boats in this case. As the user base begins to grow, it's not like a particular VC can corner the market on those users because they're everyone's users. So that's like, it's a really interesting thing to think about in that context. But so if you're listening or either in the audience or in the live stream, give these developers a zap because it's fantastic what they're building. So perhaps my next question should go to, just in a general sense, this is a very quick one. What is your favorite NIP? This is free for anyone to jump on that NIP.
I think I really like NIP 26, the delegation NIP, because I was initially so against it, and it was just like, there's no way, it's too complicated. But then once you understand it, it's actually simple, and it solves so many use cases. So one of the use cases that I wanted to use NIP 26, anyway, so NIP 26 is delegation. It allows you to basically create multiple keys and then to use for the same account. So this is really important because you can keep your main key offline, and you can actually create these burner keys that you can use for different purposes. People shouldn't be putting their private key into Damus, I don't think. That's kind of how it works right now, but you shouldn't have to. You should just use a burner key, or that's one that's linked to your main key. So there's so many use cases that this is enabled. One would be, imagine there's a service that takes your tweets. I don't know why you're on Twitter, but it takes your tweets and posts them to Nostra. It can do that independently, and you don't have to give them your private key. But they can still post on your behalf. So there's a lot of these cool use cases that people haven't even really built yet that NIP 26 enables. Unfortunately, it is a bit complicated, but otherwise, it's I really like it for that reason.
What do you say, Kieran? Favorite NIP?
NIP 1.
And why?
It's the base.
There we go. The basic.
And it's
NIP.
simple and beautiful.
What about you, Chris?
I should say the one that I wrote, NIP 28. But the one I'm most excited about is probably NIP 100, which is still in draft, but it's the WebRTC one, so peer-to-peer audio and video. And this is something that it's just been fascinating to see. I mentioned previously, people previously were trying to stuff all these different use cases into Lightning, using that as a transport network. There was a guy who, in the Impervious hackathon 2 years ago, I think it was pseudo-Zach, one of the winning prizes was Redphone, where he used the former version of the Impervious node to do signaling over this Impervious node that was hovered over an LND node, Lightning node, to set up peer-to-peer audio and video calls. And through the course of conversations in the Telegram group, you can see him brainstorm with the community about, hey, is this something that could be done with Nostr? Why don't we use Nostr as the signaling layer? And I don't know exactly how he has been involved, if he was involved in NIP 100, but there's now a NIP for formalizing WebRTC. So the kinds of things that people are all excited about using Keat, closed source, by the way, peer-to-peer audio, video, we're going to have a whole bunch, probably sometime this year, of Nostr clients with audio and video, experimenting with all sorts of different ZAP-enabled use cases, thanks to this NIP 100. So.
I'd say replaceable events. Was it number 33 or something? So you can use it for such a variety of use cases without having to define new event kinds all the time. So you can do basic key value storage easily. But I think it could and should be extended with directory listing. So you could do public key / follows / followed public key or something. Then you could list the whole follows directory. So there's been the problem of overwriting these follow lists, but something like this, for example, could solve that problem. You would just update one follow at a time, and like a general purpose universal graph database could be done with this.
I'm so dumb. I should have said NIP 57. Zaps obviously is the best NIP.
I think it's my favorite NIP.
How did I
as
just
well.
not think of that?
It really I remember the excitement as that was going live on test flight, and then everyone who wasn't on the Damas test flight was like, wait, what are you guys doing? Like, when are we getting this as well? Like, it was an exciting time.
I'm really sorry because I always just post what I'm working on. I induce so much FOMO to non-test flight users. So, but I think the test flight is opening up to more users over time. So try to get in if you want to get the latest features.
What was the most builds that you posted in a 24-hour period?
I don't know. It was probably like 4 or 5.
I feel like it was like 6 or 7 one of those days.
I think it actually was. Yeah,
they just kept rolling through.
Yeah.
So I'm curious. Just there's been a lot of discussion lately about DIDs. And let's say the security of Nostr public-private key pairs in comparison to that, and whether or not the current solution used by Nostr is one that is going to work. Like, is this a really big problem, or is this something that is really kind of a non-issue in the current implementation, and people who worked on another protocol are perhaps pushing back on it more than it deserves? I'd love to just open this up to anyone, kind of. Because I know, Will, you had some back and forth with some folks. I think this was like when you were still on Twitter at that point, so it was a while ago now, or a while ago in Nostr time, which might have just been like a month or two. I don't know. But where do you guys stand on that? Like, do you think that DIDs are something that, like, does Nostr need to, or does any Nostr client, is there any way to bring that into Nostr, or is that just something that doesn't really need to be worried about? Like, where do you guys sit on this one? This is for anyone.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like a lot of unneeded complexity for the types of things we're trying to solve right now. Like, there's a lot of bigger issues in the Nostr space than, maybe key rotation revocation maybe can help with that. But it's just not the highest. I think there was actually someone who recently proposed a did Nostr integration. I haven't looked at it, but I don't know. It's just not that interesting to me personally.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really pay attention to DID, so I don't really have anything to say about it.
Here and there over the last year, as like someone from Nostr or Web5 or the Synonym crew would make these like bold declarative statements on Twitter, I've always been trying to like tag and draw people into conversation, because I want everyone to be kind of, these 3 architectures, Nostr, Web5, and what Synonym's doing, /tags, they're all very similar in some ways. It's keys and metadata associated with keys, and we're all making different trade-offs within that. And I've been happy to have like some positive conversations between, like, we had like a Twitter Spaces where it was me and Kamari, the author of Nostream, were on stage with Daniel Buckner, the main like Web5 troll. I mean, he trolls, so I'll call him a troll. But brilliant guy, but the hardcore kind of like Web5 guy. And there's at least a willingness to engage to the extent that we want to do that. Now, some of the Web5 people will argue that, like, well, look at all of the dumb stuff Nostr's doing, and we already thought about this and wrote about it in our like 100-page specs. Why aren't you implementing it? It's like, well, like, because you got a 100-page spec and you built it in closed doors somewhere else. So I made the point that there's really 2 kinds of interoperability, because sometimes they'll say, well, Nostr doesn't care about interoperability. There's interoperability between protocols, and there's interoperability between clients. Nostr is probably the best protocol out there for interoperability between clients. We don't yet have a whole bunch of interoperability between protocols, and that's kind of what the question was about. Should we support DIDs? Which other people can address that. There's apparently like a way of creating a did key did from an existing Nostr key. So there's not even much that needs to change. But the question is, like, where are the Web5 open source apps to integrate with? I'm aware of 0 of those. So let's keep focused on interoperability between clients, people who can want to care about the protocol level. I just don't think it's high priority, but it's worth discussion.
I think Zion was Web5, but
closed source.
They're switching to Nostra now, I think. So
trying to.
So that was the only one I think we could have interoperated with.
Yeah, I agree. It feels a bit over-engineered, just like IPFS stuff often is.
To me, and this is my non-technical, purely observational, let's say, social perspective, it seems as though perhaps there's a little bit of jealousy around the network effect that Nostr has been able to really organically build in a super short amount of time, like yes, I know it's been a couple of years in the making, but like in the last couple of months, it's been an absolute explosion of users all over the world who are joining for all sorts of different reasons, and that's without any sort of celebrity endorsements. You know, I mean, I guess Jack is a celebrity, but I feel like that was a more like putting your money where your mouth is technical endorsement, saying I want to support open source development, even though I've got people working on one thing, I want to support it all. Like respect to Jack for that. But it seems as though they're from the people who are kind of down in the trenches there, or building other things like Zion. There's some perhaps jealousy just around all of the buzz, and that's understandable, I suppose.
Yeah, it's like they spent, you know, the people who worked on those specs, they worked really hard and to make it really good, to make it perfect. And then us clowns come along and just like hack something together and just we're having fun. And they're frustrated because they see that and they're like, God damn it, like we did this perfectly. And then like these bunch of idiots are just getting all the attention. And it's like, whatever. I'm just here to have fun and like build cool stuff. And I don't really, that's unfortunate it happened that we became.
And it's really a clash between two different philosophies. Someone in the Nostr Telegram chat like a year ago shared this article, you can Google it, called Worse is Better, something like dreamsong.com or whatever. And it's some like old programmer guy talking about like C and Unix and Lisp. But he makes the point that there's like these two schools. There's the MIT school that prioritizes correctness and the right architecture. And there's the New Jersey school, which is very similar, except the priority is simplicity. And so Nostr is New Jersey, so yeah, we're New Jersey. Web5 in that example is MIT, and I recommend you read that article because the whole point he gets to at the end is that the beautiful part about the New Jersey approach, which the author argues is the right one, also adopted by C and Unix, which are now ubiquitous in ways that the kind of MIT versions competitors years ago are not, is that if something is simple, then it can spread. And if it can spread, it gets adoption. And even if it doesn't start off with all of the right things, it can evolve to become 90% of the right thing. And that's all really that you need. And that's what Nostr is. And anyone else that isn't, yeah, a little bit of envy.
It's kind of like the idea of perfect is the enemy of good. Like you try to overwork something, and great, you finally got it perfect, but it's not good anymore. And not to say that what they're building isn't good. Like I know there's been years and years of really hard work, and that is like a globally accepted spec.
I think we have a lot to learn from what they have, but it's not like we're going to pause what we're doing to try to. It's like, yeah.
And there's something to be said, I think, for like Will, as you said, just trying to make stuff fun. Like fun is what brings in millions and millions of users because they want to have fun. Like
the did spec is not fun. If you've ever tried reading it, it's like it's not a good time. That's.
So I'd like to just transition. I know there's a lot of talk between micro apps or building larger, like I heard thrown out today, like larger WeChat style apps, which is like the mega app. Allegedly, what maybe Elon wants to turn Twitter into is some sort of WeChat clone, right? What are your guys' thoughts on just kind of the micro app approach versus the super app approach, let's say? And how do you, I guess, what's kind of your methodology in building out your client? How do you approach that? Maybe we could start with you, Marty, just about Iris.
Yeah, so I'm trying to keep Iris pretty simple for like practical reasons because I don't have the resources. Even with most basic features, it's a lot of work for just one developer. So it's a practical thing. I don't know. In some sense, it sounds reasonable to have, for example, a wallet in the same application as your other social networking. I'm not quite sure what it's gonna look like in the long run.
Definitely trying to have Arc be the super app. And I think only because someone has to or should, because I'm a believer that there's so many approaches that are possible, we may as well try them all. And yeah, I think I mentioned earlier, like the micro apps emphasis, I think is really important, and that makes a lot of sense for sort of the network structure of Nostr. and having the different 100 micro apps that are all focused on a particular use case or do one thing really well, that's all amazing. But someone has got to, I mean, and this is a problem that the community will all have, is how do we make that all accessible to grandma or to someone who is, one client is hard enough and 100 apps, you know, you lost them. So I think that some sort of curation of experience is going to be important. I've, you know, tried to puzzle out why WeChat got massive in China, which is like the super app. It began as a messenger. They added support for payments. Now you can hail a ride through it. You pay your bills through it. It's completely dominant. And I've just been wondering, like, what would a Bitcoin Lightning Nostr equivalent of that look like? There are various reasons why the WeChat style app hasn't really caught on in the West, although Facebook is kind of almost there. I had this like conversation with ChatGPT, the new GPT-4 the other day. I'm like, why has a WeChat style app not emerged in the West? And it gave these like 6 reasons. I was like, then I fed it some of the Nostr specs, some of the articles about Nostr and Lightning payments, and here's what's going on in the community, and like, help me tease out, is there something here where like Nostr could address each one of these points? And it gave pretty convincing answers. I gave a talk in Austin on that. That'll be up soon. So anyway, I think it's worth a shot. But we want to be good contributors. All of our stuff will be open source. And if people are building a micro app that they want to get like a fire hose of users, we want to help with that. Last thing I'll say, I talked to a developer in Austin who's building this, you know, kind of non-custodial stable sats, Bitcoin Lightning to stable coins, something. I don't fully understand it, but, you know, one guy, great idea, and I want to be able to say, yeah, well, you know, here's our API, here's how you can plug in, we can put that in front of a whole slew of users. Yeah.
On Snort, we probably just implement whatever's fun at the time. Like, with Zaps and stuff, we were just kind of excited to try it out, and then it just kind of got deployed anyway. So, and in general, like we're not trying to be like a super app, maybe like a medium app or something. I don't know what you would call it, but yeah. And in terms of like the micro apps, we are trying to package some of the Snort code into packages so that it makes it easier for developers to build. You know, smaller micro apps from the kind of core part of Snort. So hopefully that will help. And I think micro apps make a lot of sense. Like the badges stuff. Like you get these micro apps that just make badges. It's really perfect. Like we don't have to implement it all into one app when it's like this kind of isolated feature. And that's the great thing about Nostr, is that all the features are optional. So like you don't have to implement everything, and people can make micro apps just for their specific NIP, you know.
Maybe one consideration for mobile might be the lack of like a Nostr browser extension that you can use to log into all these micro apps securely. So I guess currently you would need to paste your private key, or is there something?
No store. At least on iOS, there's no store.
Well, on Android you have Kiwi, so you can use the Chrome extensions in Kiwi.
Yeah, that's useful.
I know the Plebster guys too, they mentioned earlier that they're also building basically some sort of a signing app for key management as well. Yeah,
and we're building cross-platform, so Android, iOS, web, and I've already implemented, there's a video on our website of me implementing NIP 26 and 46, showing, like, we got that key management thing working and authing with our web app. So, yeah, so conceivably that allows you to just create an identity or put in your NSEC to ARC, although we generally don't want other people's NSECs. And to be able to log into web apps around the app. Now, conceivably, that should be done by someone who's like really a specialist in like wallet security. And whenever there's like a really good Nostr identity wallet comes out, we'll want to use them for that. Yeah.
My perspective on micro app versus macro app is that they're like synergistic. So the perfect example is Badges Page. It's like my favorite micro app, because all these, you can generate lots of interesting data that I can tap into later in the Damus client. But that's just one example. Like Zaps in some sense is the same idea. It's like, you know, I think Kieran had Zaps implemented in Snort before Damus, and just having, you know, his app, his client generating that data that I could actually use for testing in Damus, which was really helpful. So this, I think yeah, we're going to see lots of micro apps, lots of macro apps, lots of medium apps, and I think they all play really well together. And someday someone could just create this new micro app, and that's creating lots of really interesting data, and then I can just integrate that into Damus whenever I feel like it. So that is such a beautiful synergy that I think both are really good.
I mean, that's the beautiful thing, right? Because this is an open protocol, anything, and if assuming whoever is building the micro app is building it open source, and that gives any of you or any client who pops up the ability to then say, oh, hey, that's really neat. I'm gonna implement that, or I'm gonna tie into whatever data you're creating. And again, it's back to this idea that the network effect of Nostr, any client, any micro app, anyone that's building on top of it is getting the benefit of the network effect of all of the users. There are no more silos. I think Snowden had this great quote when he was first getting on Nostr that was like, if a platform is a silo, a protocol is a river, nobody owns it and everyone's free to swim. And I thought that was such a beautifully poetic way to say that. And you really do see, like, I love also kind of the camaraderie between everyone who's building clients, like trying to mess around, trying to try out each other's clients. So I'd love to know, what is something not your own client, but someone else's client or micro app or something that you've seen out there that you're really excited about right now?
I mean, right when the Zap Life website came out by Pablo, like, you're starting to see that they're using the Zap data to rank things, and that just instantly gave me an idea, like, oh, I could just do that in Damus. So like, examples like that, I love that, because it's just they're using data in the network, and it's inspiring me to think about creative ways of integrating something like that into Damus. So yeah, that was probably my favorite one recently.
Zap Life is pretty awesome. Yeah. What about you guys? Someone else's project that you're particularly excited about?
I guess I really like that Iris supports web torrents. I'm kind of jealous, and I want to implement web torrents. I think web torrents are great. And on VoidCat, which is like the default file uploader for Snort, I added the support for web torrents. So every file that gets uploaded to VoidCat is like a web torrent now also. But the problem there is that I can't just start switching to magnet links, because not all the clients will render the images as from magnet links. So
yeah, I was wondering, is that why I'm seeing magnet links in Damus? I'm like, I can't do anything on iOS.
Yeah, that's why I asked you about magnet links.
Yeah.
I'm excited about Current. Their talk earlier, they've got this Bitcoin version of Jiffy where people can upload their own GIFs and get sats, and they've constructed that such that another application can just pull that in. So I don't have to build Jiffy, I don't have to build any of that. And they got a whole bunch of micro apps that they want to make available to developers. So that's awesome. As well as, they're building an open source React Native cross-platform app. We're building an open source, the same thing. And so, been in talks with them and just kind of diagnosing different approaches to different, quirks around React Native. But just that level of I don't view you as a competitor if we're scratching each other's backs, and also you're providing tools that support my use case that I now don't have to build to offer to users. That's huge.
Yeah, round of applause for that, because that is pretty amazing. What about you, Marty?
I guess I haven't used too many micro apps or even other clients, too busy coding. But I think the badges thing seems cool, and also like Snort's zapping stuff. Actually, I got to borrow their zapping code for Iris, and that's cool. Thank you.
I think it's just so amazing. Again, it's like, if you think about, I don't know what you want to call it, the legacy world of application development, and just how it's like, you wouldn't see people up here on the stage from, let's say, different companies who are all saying, oh yeah, and thanks for letting me borrow your code, and oh yeah, that was great, oh, you implemented that before me, you son of a gun, okay, well, I'll get you next time. I don't know, I think it's a beautiful thing. At this point, if you guys are good with it, maybe we can open it up for some questions from the audience. If anybody has anything they want to run by these guys, I figured we might have a few.
Hello. Hey. So, what are your thoughts on implementing NIP65, the gossip model for connecting to relays?
Yeah, so on Snort, I've been working on that for weeks. I wish it was done, but Yeah, I mean, on Snort, I think ideally all clients should implement like a similar model. Like it's kind of easy to get trapped into, you know, doing the easy approach, just like querying every relay for everything. But it's really not scalable, and it's really bad for discoverability and things like that. So I've been working on it, and yeah.
I've been using NIP65 to help with building an event indexer. Just makes it really easy to kind of traverse and build a massive list of relays. I decided to remove all the relay management stuff out of our mobile app, at least for now, and put things behind this kind of layer 2 API and indexer. So we've got some of that, you know, event aggregation and validation handled by our backend. And that's a kind of one of two approaches to dealing with certain limitations of React Native, and just super quick version of that. If you're like doing the kind of relatively expensive hashing to you know, validate the signature of an event using Nostr tools, which is the easiest way to do if you're building in JavaScript, you're tying up the JavaScript thread, and so it lags the app if you have all the events streaming to the app, unless you can go one of either two ways. You can go closer to the native level and kind of try to do that at the Swift or Kotlin, like the Android or iOS native, or I'm trying to just kind of abstract that out of the app entirely and just use our backend for that. Neither approach is correct. It's just no one else is doing it. I wanted to try it. We'll share data on whether that works for us. So we don't have any relay management in the app.
So is NIP65, is it like the event kind 10,002, or which one was it? Yeah, so I'm not using that in Iris. I'm already, Iris has been storing everyone's contact lists for a long time, and that includes the relays. So I just recently added a gossip style thing where when you mention someone in an event, it will be sent to a random selection of 3 of the recipients' relays. And likewise, when you view someone's profile, their right relays are queried. Yeah, I think that's the direction to go. Also with peer-to-peer, you might even be publishing your like client address, your local IPv6 address, or whatever you use to go through the network address translation.
Other questions?
Little bit of a trick question. Back to monetization. What do you guys think about ads?
Yeah, it's interesting because, like, in theory, relays could inject ads into responses. I don't know if anyone would use those relays though to quickly like find out, and I don't know.
Do you want to use ads? Do any of you are you thinking about using ads?
I definitely not.
No, definitely not. No.
Short answer is no. I like the idea of sort of choose your own algorithm, and like hackathon idea, micro app idea for folks, helping clients, like users, make decisions about what algorithms they use, because there might be someone who's like, if you pay me 500 sats to view your ad, show me ads all day. That's a monetization method that some people in developing world countries would love to be able to engage in. So at the corporate level, we don't want to build an ad-infested nightmare like the Web 2.0s have become. But the choose-your-own algorithm approach will probably have all sorts of different approaches. But for most people, they probably won't want to see any ads, and they shouldn't have to.
Yeah, same here. I'm not going to be adding ads. I don't want to make users the product.
Thank you very much.
I had this idea a while back where, you know, advertisers could just zap a very popular post with a large amount, and the way that zaps are displayed in Damus is that the highest zap is displayed first. So maybe we could do something where the highest tipped comment is shown underneath the post, like on the post, instead of having to click into it.
I was just going to ask you about this because when you brought that up, I remember when you first said that as an idea, and I was like, oh wow, that makes a lot of sense, and it's a great way, like, because this is an open protocol, you could block whoever is sending this zap to you, I guess, I don't know if you'd want to block somebody who's trying to zap you per se, but if it's a significant amount of sats and you decide, you know what, I want people to see this link to this YouTube video, and so I'm going to just embed that in my zap. It's going to show up at the top because I put 420, 69, 100 sats in there. You can't really stop that. It's not like you don't really necessarily have metrics on conversion for the advertiser, but it's at least an interesting model. At least then someone's getting paid. One of the users is actually getting paid to either have this ad shown on their profile or shown on their note, or as you said also, when you're trying to view an ad, getting paid for that. That is something that folks in developing countries could find hugely beneficial as a revenue source. Yeah. It's really interesting.
Thank you.
There was one right up. Yep.
Yeah, I just had a quick question about scaling the clients and scaling your teams. I didn't know right now. I mean, where are there pain points there? And I know there's a big discussion about monetization, whether it take VC funding or donations from users. But where can you guys use the most help from developers right now? And are you offering bounties or anything like that for people to fill the void in spots?
I guess specifically scaling, just having that one person build the stir fry relay. It's just the fastest thing I've ever used. So just having people work on scaling solutions on the relay side has been incredible, at least for Damus, because now there was for a while there the client performance was just terrible because I was using some very poor performing relays, and a lot of people were running the poor performing relays. Now we have much faster relays, so that has helped a lot. But I think we'll eventually get to a point where even those will start having issues, and then we'll have to have clever solutions like caching and stuff like that. But until then.
For Snort, if you want to contribute, of course anyone can open a PR. On Snort specifically, we have a revenue split model. So if you're continually making PRs and helping the project out, you'll get a split percentage of all the revenue. And you can see that on the donate page, what split you're getting and so on. So there's some funding there, though it's not that much, unfortunately.
I'd like to do as much as we can with bounties. The first PR to the art code base, other than me, was just someone responding to a bounty. I put up 1 million sachets of my own coin. I think there will be some non-negligible percentage of any funding that we raise that's going to go directly into funding bounties, and we'll probably have a couple kind of core team developers internally. But one more kind of hackathon micro app idea for folks is it's awesome that we have the Bitcoin, the Nostr bounties site, but I'd love to see that taken one step further and turned into maybe even one step in the direction of Upwork, where there can be maybe different freelancer profiles, because I would love to be able to kind of maybe invite people. If someone I know is a React Native developer, I can look at their profile or match that. There's more to be done on building up. We've got kind of a shared user base, but maybe there's also a shared labor pool of developers who love working on Nostr apps, and if they're working with some job site where they can easily take jobs with all the React Native Nostr clients, sharing resources is probably worthwhile.
Yeah, I think definitely sharing the donated funds among developers would be a great idea. But I'm not sure if bounties per se are the best way to motivate people. I find usually that people who use Iris have some grievance with it, and then they make a pull request.
Yeah, and we still have the Nostra fund. I've been kind of dropping the ball on that, so we should do more consistent rounds from the fund, and just to support the current devs who have stuck around this long. So I definitely want to do that again soon, just so we can keep it going. So.
We got time for maybe one more, if there's anyone else. We do have one more. Oh, you just made it in there.
Hey guys, this is probably a question for you, Will. Has there been any more thought on algorithms? It seems like a lot of talk on Damus and just Nostr in general. People are very anti-algorithm. potentially not getting fed, the posts that they want to see and all the rest of it. But I guess, the problem there is, from a creative perspective, it's like, well, how do you get that organic reach? How do you reach new audiences and all the rest of it?
Yeah, I'm not completely against algorithms. Obviously, the experience without them is feels very organic and natural, and people seem to like that. But there's also, content creators who are, who like the algorithms, and it helps get their content to the wider, to more people. So I really like the approach of using Zaps, at least initially, even though they can be gamed, but potentially using Zaps to show like the most zapped posts. And so just using Zaps for algorithms is kind of big. The other thing I've been thinking about lately is there should be more APIs and specs for people who want to create the algorithm themselves. So clients like Damas can just like tap into that and just like tell me which post to return, and then I don't have to think about implementing every possible different algorithm. You can just choose which one you want. It could just be like a URL that you put in. So I think that is underexplored, and I would like to see that more developed.
Cool, thanks.
I think we'll wrap it up then for the panel. Can we get another round of applause for these guys? Thank you for building clients that we love to use.
Perfect. Thanks, guys. So we have a guided seated meditation next. It's a very unique Costa Rican experience, a nice relaxation after a long day right here. So you can take a few moments and we'll get started here. After that, at 5 p.m., we have a group sunset. We're going to Playa Hermosa. It's like 2 minutes up the road. If you don't have transportation, I encourage people to carpool together or catch a shuttle. I think the shuttle leaves at 4:30 at the front gates here. It's beautiful. We're all going to jump in the ocean. And then at 7:30, we have an ecstatic dance here, which is a very special venue-specific event with locals and Nostricans together. There's great all types of house music, DJs. It's a lot of fun. So a lot of activities coming up here next. I'll pass it to Maud, who is guiding us through a meditation now.
You can take some time to start it and we'll get totally. Yes, welcome everybody. We're going to start the meditation in just a few minutes, just to get set up with the mic and everything. And yeah, we're going to do just warm up the body a little bit, transition, and then some gentle breathing, body scanning, and meditation to deepen our awareness of the breath. So just a beautiful way to digest the day and take a breather for yourselves. What do you think? Do you think, because I've never used like a, yeah.
You just got to keep it close. Okay. And I'll make it sound good. All right.
Check, 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 check. Check 1 2. Check, check 1 2. Check 1 2. 2 2. Peace, 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 peace.
The name Roxas and the number 13 were all I had. Who the people around me were, what they wanted, or what they were trying to do.